Hmm. Welcome, Rami.
Thank you and good morning.
Welcome, Dog. Welcome, Dawn. Where are you? Where should I go?
You're muted, Dawn.
I'm all around you. I'm the dawning of a new day.
Yes, thank you.
Dawn is in Orlando, right?
Yes, I'm staying over on Quadrangle. Hotel, I'm at the Hampton Inn on Quadrangle.
I always liked Hampton Inns.
Where is that?
It says it's in the UCF area.
Research Park, Cairo. South of UCF. East of Alafaya.
Alabama,
I'll go that way.
yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, we're gonna watch him get into his car and drive towards you.
Oh, really?
What?
No, stay there. Don't do that. Although that day we watched you get in your car, drive to the park, hang out with the geeses. That was fun.
He fell asleep at the end.
Oh, he did?
Last week, yes. Because he spent the last 2 weeks without sleeping. So I gotta wonder, Jairo, how can you wake up and think clearly if you did not first go to sleep?
Morning. How are you?
I think he could not wake up and think clearly, Rami, because he wasn't asleep.
Did you sleep last night, Henny?
I think clearly while I'm sleeping.
He asked me to discuss Bitcoin at the end of the session last week, and then proceeded to fall asleep during it.
Oh, then I missed it, but it's recorded.
That's right. You'll be able to go back and fill in the gaps.
Can you imagine if he said, "Can you repeat it?"
Good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Aw. Happy. I see happy.
Where's the one that makes me the happiest? Where is she?
I don't. Oh,
Where?
right there. That's Don.
Oh, where is he?
Where is he? Oh,
Where is he? Where is he? Oh, there he is.
he's referring to his dog. She's
Oh.
her dogs.
Oh, got you. She said, "Where's the happy one?"
Well, they're all happy ones. Which one? The Chihuahua or
You gotta
the
show off the
Terran Carrier?
You gotta show off the Chihuahua.
Well, he's busy working on his front paw.
Pick him up.
I don't like ripping a dog when they're
Put it over here so he can be seen.
self-maintaining.
Put it over here so he can be seen.
Well, he,
Let him be seen.
hold on.
Let him be seen.
He's
Because
trying to.
I was gonna ask you, Jairo, about are you going karaoke tonight? Jairo.
No.
I'll wait till you're done brushing. I always ask people questions when they're not available to answer. I'll wait.
I miss your tail.
Don did grow up on an island for part of her
It
life.
makes your ears, your eyes, your tail. Yeah, all of it.
Person by analogy. We were discussing, Jairo, my wife and I, right before we got on board, constructed pre-trained artificial intelligences.
But you hear something like that.
Mm.
My wife was discussing how she was part of,
I still am.
yeah. Wait, are you under an NDA if you can't talk about this?
I just can't
issue?
say the name of
Oh,
them.
what can you say about,
what they do?
what do they do?
Well, programmed a bot or an AI. We call them bots, but they're AIs. You can buy an entire car off an AI and never talk to a person. Ever.
I wonder what the uptake is, because ultimately it's the market that determines
Oh yeah.
the success of the agent.
Oh,
If the agent could be one of us, human,
nope.
or Carvana and some of the other, well, that's not the particular company as far as I know. I don't know the particular company.
Yeah, show him off.
Here's our Terran carrier. Terran Terrier.
They multiply.
Notice the long paws. This is the most ancient of terrier breeds, and we think he's got some Yorkie in his face.
Look at the face.
They were Mausers.
Yeah.
Cute.
Your happiness is on this bed, and that one's over there.
This is a hybrid breed. He's a part dachshund, part miniature poodle. These are both allergenic dogs. They don't,
Ah, just like mine. Yes.
so
I love them.
we've had him the longest.
Oh, yes, you're my best friend.
Uh,
It's gorgeous.
the part dachshund, part miniature poodle is they're known as doxy poos. Isn't that
Oh,
wonderful?
Cute.
And then underneath the blanket, underneath the desk is our Chihuahua.
Doxy.
Third Chihuahua that we've had together, but she had a series of Chihuahuas before we met.
I have to have a chihuahua relationship.
Doxy poo.
Doxy poo, yeah. The longer his hair gets, the more like an Ewok he gets to looking.
Yes.
Yoshi, my best friend. This one's a service dog.
Yeah, he's the calmest of the three.
He's a service dog.
Because
Aren't
he
you,
knows
buddy?
how to take care of himself.
Aren't you, buddy? Listen here.
Okay, you done brushing your teeth, Hyro?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you in karaoke tonight?
Hmm. I could. How?
She's going. She's going to go. Yeah. She's going to
You ride roller coasters, right, Don?
It's been a while since I've ridden
Oh.
them, yes. But yes.
We'll correct that.
We'll fix that for you. Right in here.
Oh, so this afternoon I'm meeting with my sister and her husband, and we're gonna check out that giant Asian market.
The one in Koi,
Huh?
one in Koi, the one in Koi Town, Colonial Town.
Could be. It's called Lot. Lotte. Lot Plaza Market.
Okay,
I heard that was the biggest one.
we'll have to look it up.
Yeah, we need to take you to Bush. You're way too.
Yeah, I did look that one up. And there's a few others, but that one, and it said it says it's in Colonial. Let me give you the
Yeah.
There's a colonial photo and hobby, if it's the same area, if it's in the I think 2000s or 1000s or 3000s area.
Yeah, 3191 West Colonial Drive.
Oh, West Colonial Drive. That's a different part.
Oh,
There's another section that's known as Colonial Town
You are
that has a series of Asian smaller markets.
ah,
Yeah. So you must be referring to some larger, newer development of maybe just one. You know, it's kind of like you can have a whole bunch of shops in a downtown area, or you can have a Walmart. You might be referring to the Walmart of the colonial of the Asian.
yes, this is supposed to be a big one. I had a couple people tell me, you gotta go to this market. It's huge. Yeah, that's the one.
You have a 10 to 6 in your future, hubby.
Well, you better pet him. He's feeling kind of.
What the matter? What the matter? You are? You are the most beautiful Karen Terrier in all the world. Huh. Yeah, you're sure of it.
So, Hyro, did you have a chance to read the Daryl Anderson's notes on "And Then There Were None" or his follow-up, "The Great Explosion"?
No.
That's all right, because we can save it for another week.
Okay.
We can talk about, if you like,
How you stayed up all night, even talking to a real person.
we can talk about pre-trained artificial intelligences, or as I like to refer to them, constructed artificial intelligences.
They're fun to program.
They are. My wife's been doing it since the 90s.
I program artificial intelligence. It's wonderful.
But
I get paid
again,
for it.
it would be like a subset of artificial because it's really just pre-trained
Mhm.
responses. So I don't know if you could call it intelligent. In fact, I still don't think we have
I'm
general
intelligent. so it's
artificial
intelligent.
general intelligence.
I'm intelligent, so it's intelligent.
It's a strong point, one in which I cannot argue against.
If I can trick a man into buying a nice car
That's right.
without ever talking to a human,
Then you've just done the end goal, which is eliminate the human,
it'd be really
or at least reduce the number of
it'd be
them
really
necessary.
testable
To,
if I could trick a female into doing it. Tricking a man into doing it, just going, "Hi, I'm a woman." Do it.
right? Yes. we lose IQ points as soon as the opposite gender come around or come about.
Whoops.
Potentially, not all of us.
No, you do. Unless you're gay, and then it's the.
Oh, that's what I meant. Not all of us.
Unless it's and then it's the same gender, so it's the same effect. Just
What is intelligence?
Oh my goodness,
what's intelligence?
that's a difficult one.
It's what people think they have.
Intelligence. I would say it is man's way of describing it's a way of them describing a volume of knowledge that they believe they have.
Wow, that's good.
The thing you said believe they have, because
I don't have very much intelligence, but I have access to a lot of information and a lot of precompiled knowledge, which isn't necessarily or has not necessarily been tested.
Indeed.
what time did I get up?
What do you think, Cairo? What is intelligence?
The ability to access knowledge for a purpose of survival.
Mm.
No, the definition does not have the word in it. Because you didn't define the word if you used the word.
I use the word knowledge, but not intelligence.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so do we have a agreement as to what knowledge is?
Oh.
There's a taxonomy. Generally, it's let me see. One way to do it would be data at the floor. I think data in and of itself precludes some assumption or some degree of assumption. For instance, are you collecting the proper data for the end or for the means to the end? Because you might think that you are, but not everything measurable counts, or not everything countable counts. Not everything
He looks like he's in
that
a
counts is
rave.
countable.
He looks like he's in a rave, hubby.
That's because he painted the inside of his place green.
He looks like he's in that place Homer Simpson works. The Flair plant or wherever he works.
It's a wooden building. We've been to the outside of it, or at least I
I
have.
know we picked him up to play chicken poop.
Okay.
Well, I can eat for free.
Yeah.
Not when you don't go on coasters, you don't.
Yeah, we only pay for people who ride the coasters, Hyro.
Any other questions?
At Don's Hotel.
Oh, you're gonna go join Don for a continental breakfast?
Yeah, if you make your way over, then you can get breakfast. They have, like, I'm eating a waffle, I'm having coffee, but there's
Where's you staying?
I'm staying at the Hampton Inn on Quadrangle.
Right.
Back it up.
Okay.
We'll be there in a minute.
Well, you're gonna have
Let me know when you arrive so I can run down, and I know you can just, because yesterday when I arrived, I couldn't do an early check-in. I saw they told me, oh, go have breakfast if you want. So I saw a bunch of people eating in there. And then when they were done, they left. They weren't even staying here.
right. Yes.
Oh yeah. I almost had that gig. Then my husband opened his mouth.
Well, we went to the we were in Naperville, Illinois. Our last vacation was it July
Yes.
of 2021. We stayed in Mitchell, Kentucky, and then Naperville, Illinois.
And it meant
Because where do Floridians go on vacation? The Midwest.
that's what
And
what punk. What
and
punk?
the
What punk? What?
we're going to have at the
You-
Motel 6
you
that we were
had to
eating at
mess it up.
like some sort of basic, simple continental breakfast, but because of the pandemic, that wasn't happening. But it was happening at the Best Western next door. So,
You had to mess it up.
well, the way I messed it up was like taking her to like a place that seemed like a really nice breakfast place. So we tried it, and their food was great, and their coffee was horrid. So then we went back to the Best Western where we had breakfast a couple of mornings prior. And there was a guy who was wearing a CIA baseball cap, and he was scoping me as I was getting our breakfast, and we had our breakfast, and then he went back out into the lobby, and then the guy behind the reception desk came and asked us if we were staying there, and we said, no, actually we aren't, but can we pay for the breakfast? And then he was like, no, you gotta be booked to have the breakfast. So he said, you can finish what you're doing here now, but then you'll have to go and not come back again.
Because we decided to go get worse coffee.
I did compliment them on their coffee because Best Western did have better coffee than the best breakfast joint in Naperville, Illinois.
Yes. So we could have had that continuous. He had to just muck that up. If he can find a way to muck something up, he does.
Well, that's why
Like a male. Feels like a
I-
male.
to be their software tester, because I'm
Oh,
extraordinarily.
tell them about the lovely thing you did at Publix.
I locked up one of their card terminals, but I think my wife put me up. Yeah, they had to transfer the accounts to another, which is something we also learned, because a manager there was able to move our thing over to a terminal next door that wasn't open until we were there, and a line of people were behind us.
Yeah, so you mucked that up too.
Yeah. I have this amazing gift to kick my foot under the rug. No matter where I go or what system I'm on, if there's an error or a corner case that's
Show them the
unexplored-
entire Mac that you broke.
Oh. So this is a 2009 36-inch underneath the pillow iMac, and I managed to kill one of the components by running the
Dead.
fan speed too low.
Dead.
And then one component of it, because there was a piece of software that you could use, and it was working just fine. Then I updated the software, and then one of the capacitors or something finally blew, and now it doesn't boot anymore.
Excuse me.
This is why I'm this close to the moon. Atlas, where you're going. Tell her who we're going to have to deal with in about 2 hours.
My mother, we get to go get her blood pressure medication because it upsets her.
His mother's a lovely person.
A lovely person. I have, like you both, I've had 2 parents. Some have had 4 or 3 or 1. Average right around 2.
His mother's
I've had a little bit more than 2, to be honest. Some people.
His mother's the reason why I have so many dogs.
Yes, it's true.
Oh, wow.
Classic mother-in-law, daughter-in-law.
No, it's not classic.
Well, no, they're special. They're special because I
Isn't
found
it?
that you can't have more than one strong woman personality
Or
in a house.
Jessica.
You're used to it. Rami, you've been well trained.
Not yet. He's down to basic.
Anyway, mother's a poet, but she has a
I don't
growth.
know it.
She knows it. She's a well-trained.
No, she thinks she's a poet.
She's a published poet. She was published at the University of Central Florida's Literary Fine Arts magazine in the year 1990 when she graduated.
It's easy. They publish everything.
If you want, I worked at I took the course in college magazine at Valencia College for 3 years. And I know because we read all the work submitted, only maybe a third of the stuff that got submitted actually was published because there's only so much money to print so many pages. Not everyone gets published in those
yeah.
things.
I broke 4 Walmart terminals.
You have, yes. Yeah.
Whoops.
Well, to be fair, we use experience.
And I wasn't even doing anything stupid. I was just running my card.
We use experience that isn't our experience because she watches these ultra couponers on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
They show you the corner cases that enable you to
Walk out of the store with stuff for free.
yeah, or them paying you to take the stuff off the shelves essentially once all the rebates are applied.
Right.
Left.
The trouble
There's
is,
a lot of work involved in couponing, that's for sure.
yes,
It is definitely a job, and the way you get paid is for discounts. But in order for it to really work, from what I understand, you do buy a lot of stuff that you don't necessarily need right now,
right.
so that you will have it, stocked up for the future. But what I found is that people end up,
We're using it now to take care of his mother.
Oh, well, look at that. It's ended up being bountiful. But
There's,
I also saw where some people end up just selling it online,
Yeah.
and people will buy it, just below retail price for good,
There was
Yeah.
there was a couple with kids, and their garage was stuffed full of diapers. It was ridiculous, the number of diapers. Where they had figured out a deal, and they must have cleared the shelves.
Yeah.
And what they were doing was just offering it through Facebook for free, because one of those things that if you don't have access to it, you don't have money for it. That's a real blessing.
Absolutely. I love that.
Yeah.
Paying it forward.
My mother-in-law
Yeah.
said, "Can you buy me some shampoo?" I'm like, no, but I don't.
Where you going, Hyro?
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm putting my toys in the car.
Are you headed this way for real?
Yes, it's only 6 miles away.
Yeah, come have breakfast. Yay!
Go there too.
We have our son.
Oh, we can drop him off.
While he's sleeping. We can have his sister who's already awake.
Right.
So we're not gonna do that. We'll stay here and eat breakfast here at our home while they have breakfast over
That
there.
costs money though.
No, it doesn't. We already have stuff here at home to eat.
Yeah, but see, when you cook it and listen to those people, it costs more. But only if you got-
That's why I moved the computer into the kitchen, and then I stare at the computer while listening to the conversation.
You and yourself.
I stare at the food. What did I say?
You stare at the computer.
Oh yeah.
There's the problem.
If I redirect properly, I'm not
No.
all there, and I admit that
Ever.
I'm all there. I really need help with my friends. I'm not the kind of guy who needs drugs either.
Rami, she's not letting you get away with anything. She's on your back.
Well, there's some people who need to be married, and I'm one of them.
You need to You're
I love
your
that.
project.
She's working
Mm.
on you. She's chiseling you,
Hmm.
sculpturing you. Good for you. You're a work in progress for real, just like the rest of us.
I
Dogs help.
I'm
Hey,
Is it?
single, so I don't have
Wait.
anybody shaping me right now.
oh, you don't need shape. You female girl.
I love her. I love you.
We need we mold the men to fit us. We say the same.
Mhm.
Yeah, if they're moldable. If they're not moldable, I'm done. I don't have time to fight
Exactly.
somebody.
Yeah.
This one wasn't when I met him. This one needed a sledgehammer.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Punk.
No kasi napagas.
I'm petting Yojiro. But I really
Oh, wow.
give it a shot.
What do I do with his mom? Her mom used to. Give me a punk. Give me a
Is
punk.
this recyclable?
Oh, punk. I'm gonna get pissed, punk.
Mm.
My punk. My punk. Yes, you're my punk. My punk.
Is
Yes,
that
my punk.
is that for this bathroom?
No, it's for the condo.
Oh, for the condo? Mm. So friends can install it?
Yeah, that's why I'm waiting.
Hmm.
It's not working tomorrow.
You should take Dawn to the tennis. That was fun.
I agree. This is available.
Yep.
Hmm.
You're the next target for Busch Gardens.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Ah,
So what amusement parks we have
going
here?
to Hampton Inn and
We have
Suites.
Universal, Waste of Money, SeaWorld, let's see, Fun Spot, Lego.
Bye. I'm going to
Yeah,
Focus on-
Hampton Inn and Suites in
Yes.
the quadrangle. It's
Yes.
7.2 miles away.
Awesome. And what is a quadrangle? Is it similar to a Bermuda Triangle? I remember before I moved to Florida, I used to be afraid of Florida. I was like, I'm never going to Florida. Why would I go there? After all, I'm from Hawaii. I don't need no stinking Florida with its alligators and its Bermuda Triangle and its hurricanes. Well, now that I'm here, I love Florida.
that's where all the
At
tourists
least
go.
where I am.
How long have you been on the peninsula now?
I arrived Thanksgiving Day 2019.
Oh, hey, that was good timing.
Yep, just before the pandemic. And on top of that, I got a job. I came here on vacation and couldn't sit still. Ended up getting a job. I was staying in St. Pete. Ended up getting a job that took me to Citrus County, and I love it here now. So
It's
I'm in the
there.
right spot.
Yeah, Citrus County is pretty nice. We were looking at a home in Citrus County. Now we're moving to Kentucky.
Oh, you guys are really, you deciding you're gonna leave?
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
So I was done with Florida before I
Before we met, she was already done with it.
was like, nope, not today.
She had been here since the 80s.
Oh,
South Florida, which is like a different state altogether.
mm. I roll in your glasses, you're cracking me up. Your eyeglasses was looking at something different than you were.
I'm off to see the wizard.
And I am the wizard. Right now, I don't know how long I'll stay the wizard, but I'm the wizard this moment.
We're taking her to Bush. She gonna be a riot.
Speaking of wizards,
You're gonna
Yeah.
be
may I show you all something?
Yes.
Later this morning after Hiro, because I don't want to distract him while he's driving.
Okay.
That could be a premature end to wake up and think clearly.
Good one.
watch someone die.
Oh, we actually have a member, Mike Taylor. I don't know if you've met him yet, Don. He's a retired UCF professor of mathematics.
Mm.
Professor of mathematics who
Oh,
spent
my
most of his
that
time.
one, Stevens.
Yeah, he's been in Florida since 1951.
Mm.
Yes.
That one
There's
has
a lot more history than I do.
Yeah.
that one has some lovely demons in it.
Yeah. It's so
Here, go.
yeah, his father served in Japan.
Oh,
Oh, and you know, Joel and I have a very deep interest in Japan. We love the sumo wrestlers. So, and Joel trips me out with his experience in Japan. So this is great.
Well, what was it that that Mike Taylor had said?
time for the
You want
the
Yojiro?
service terrier.
Service terrier.
Oh,
There you go.
yeah, you're cool. Yeah.
Oh. How many minutes until you arrive, Hiro?
15 minutes.
All right. So about 8 o'clock almost.
So Mike Taylor has this perception of reality.
It isn't real.
Awesome.
Mathematics does something to the brain.
Yeah.
It
makes
teaches you a world of ideas, like a point and a line and a plane. I mean, they're almost platonic solids, for instance. I think there's an analogy to the platonic solids. Only the thing that platonic solids and mathematical concepts both have in common is that they do not actually exist. They're ideals.
Mm-hmm.
So he has spent a career existing within the realm of ideals. I consider them reductions of reality because reality, of course, is always more complex than our own models make them
Yeah.
out.
This is the best service dog that's ever existed, by the way.
But I think he was referring to at one point this idea that was captured in an ancient Chinese poet who said something along the lines of, "Am I the man who dreams of the butterfly, or am I the butterfly who dreams he is a man?"
Yes.
Abby, what time we leaving to go play with Satan today?
10:30.
Hmm.
Because it's the Sabbath. Because my mother needs her blood pressure medication.
And here's the thing. It's not going to be her blood pressure. It's going to be 50 tests.
Hopefully not. We're gonna try to keep it as simple as possible. I've already done her laundry. I just need to get it dry.
Fucking backflips and a somersault.
Can you tell my mother loves her mother-in-law, or my mother, my children's mother, my wife? That's the one.
One of these mothers,
It gets confusing when you're dealing with more than one woman at a time.
especially
I
if they're
could never
all
be a polygamist.
Ah.
Never stop.
And I think it might run in the family too, because my father, when he would get angry at one of his sons, I won't mention what exactly my brother's name is, but you all know my name, Rami. But he would,
He'd end up saying rabbit.
yeah, he'd end up saying rabbit because he meant the other son.
Mhm. Oh, so he said both names together.
Yeah, that would
I
get
used to
worse.
do that too. I think all parents do that because you're trying to get it out, but the wrong word comes out. You're trying to say, well, for me, it would be Darian or Megan. And so I'd be trying to say Megan, but Darian would come out. So I'd say, Darmeg, stop it. It's funny to end up squeezing the names together by mistake, but it happens so often.
Tell me about it.
Or you call the kid the full other name and that kid gets mad and said, that's not my name.
Mhm. She going to Bush, putting her ass on the coaster real fast.
I already got my marching orders. Get directly on the roller coaster.
To Bush you will go. I
Do
hope.
not pass go. Do not collect the $200.
To Bush you will go. We'll let you skip all the parks here. You're going straight to the big one.
Just,
Nothing but the
ma'am,
best.
close your pie hole and go straight to the big one. That's what my marching orders say.
We'll take her on the steepest, fastest.
I'm gonna make sure I don't eat when that happens. I'm gonna not eat.
Full meals and then
Yeah. What we'll do if we get there soon enough during
no, it's not if, it's when. Because we will leave and be there.
the hours right now are 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. weekdays.
It's 10 to 8 on Fridays and 10 to 10 on Saturdays. And if we're taking her, it's going to be a 10 to 10 all night adventure.
So, one wake up and think clearly session may end with
You at Bush.
right.
We'll drive and do wake up and whatever the hell.
Can you imagine we're doing this wake up and think clearly from the roller coaster? High
Oh.
Road could broadcast.
You gotta have
You gotta have chest mounts. Please.
you gotta have a chest mount because
They're too.
those things move at 73 miles an hour. If you lose your phone in the process, it can take out an eye. It can take out it can do some serious damage.
Yes.
You can go hands free on the coasters. That's not a problem.
When do you leave this lovely Orlando that you're in?
Anytime she's been here too long. Orlando's a real button down town.
I'm not.
She's
What
a
does that mean, button down?
button down, like button down shirts.
Uh-huh.
Most of Florida is easygoing, or maybe rural, or crazy. But
That's the one.
yeah, Orlando, however, is they like to think of themselves as the Athens of the state. Literally, the local NPR public radio station
We can do
would make that claim 30 years ago.
We could do it tomorrow, 10 to 10.
We got to get childcare.
Oh, I got that.
Yeah, but
I got that.
maybe
I got that. No worries.
we'll figure out the specific date soon enough.
Oh, I'm ready with it. With the hell week I've had.
When my wife gets an idea in her head, she wants to execute, and I got that same sort of habit too, if I'm honest.
Do it right now.
The week I've had, you'd want to do it right now too.
Yeah, because that's her place where she can scream and not seem out of place.
Mhm.
You're gonna watch me lose my
Well,
mind.
and then she'll get out, she'll have a big smile, and then she'll be calm. Because her hips actually pop out of her like hip sockets. And her
Oh.
ribs get displaced and her back gets all sorts of messed up.
Mm,
So for her, each one of these devices is basically it becomes medical equipment.
mm.
Basically, yeah. And plus, I've had to deal with your mother for the past week. Oh boy.
I heard that. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Is it almost coffee hour yet?
You want some?
What time is it?
It's only 7:15. I got you up at a little bit before 7, so
No.
I can make you coffee in about 40 minutes. 35 to 40 minutes.
35 is good.
Okay.
And then
Driving down University Boulevard.
It's a nice morning.
we'll be down there soon, right, dear?
Driving towards the dawn.
The dawn.
For a while, it was known as FTU Boulevard, reflecting that it was originally Florida Technological University. Of course, when they changed the university or decided to change the university in the late 70s, at some point, maybe it was in 79, maybe it was in 80 or 81, 82, 83, I don't know.
Here.
They reduced it from FTU Boulevard to simply University Boulevard.
Can you go turn up the air because it's nice and cold?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're taking Dawn to the parks.
Do you want me to start breakfast? Okay. I'm going to start by putting on pants.
It went
I came
from
back just in time to hear you say, let's start by putting on pants.
driving down University Boulevard, formerly FTU Boulevard. In
FT.
the
After the mission of the university started to expand, they decided to rename Florida Technological University, which was set up to be a feeder for NASA. And then you got all these humanities and other people coming in and saying, oh, well, we're all these other things too. Let's rename the institution University of Central Florida.
Oh, interesting.
My father, who attended in the back end of the 70s, was given a choice. Do you want your diploma to read Florida Technological University or University of Central Florida? And they even gave him the option to take two, so he got two for the price of one.
Who doesn't love a twofer?
Yeah, really.
driving in the direction of the dawn.
All right, I'm gonna get ready to head down.
Have you, Jairo, crossed underneath the 417 already?
Oh, I forget, but I'm supposed to take a left on Rouse Road.
That's interesting. You could drive by the university if it takes you by way of McCulloch. You could, you would be driving by our friends at the University Universal List. What are they
Oh,
called?
Hubby, you
Unitarian
forgot the 10 steps in the
Society.
put on pants.
Oh yeah, breakfast. She doesn't let me get away with anything.
Nope.
oh,
Here, yours.
do I have? Oh, I think I have to take a left here. I'm at Rouse Road.
Maybe his brain took
We
away.
used to horseback ride on the stretch between Devonwood Stables and J. Blanchard Park on Rouse. And back then, Rouse was a dirt road. And that was only in the 1980s.
Hmm.
The last box here.
Yeah, this is the last day. I made that on purpose. Don't screw it up. We're always violently fighting.
Oh. Hmm.
Can you turn up the air, hubby? I'm turning into ice cubes.
I'm heading down because I think you're closed.
I could have been mistaken. Part of my knowledge could have been incorrect. Maybe the quadrangle is north, not south of the University of Central Florida.
Well, I heard that.
There's a quadrangle boulevard that's close to University Boulevard.
Yeah. Where is it
Hubby.
specifically? Yes, dear.
You moving.
Stay on task.
I heard you say the street Rouse. I remember that street when I was getting here. Have a good day.
It's a north-south that runs parallel to Alafaya.
Yes, it's before Alafaya.
Dawn's gonna be a
Yeah.
push.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a riot. I promise.
All right.
Yesterday, I connected with my sister and we hung out at Cooper's Hawk, Alfaya yesterday. We were there for 3 hours. It
So
was so fun.
the funnest of the roads is La Canatosa.
Kind of tell us, is it a Hispanic word?
No, Aboriginal.
Oh, say it again. Say the word again.
La Canatosa.
Canatosa.
So originally, Orange County, where you're currently residing, was part of a larger county that included Seminole to the north and Osceola to the south, and it was simply known as Mosquito County. But that doesn't sell real estate, so they renamed the center of the county after the industry. And then they to honor the Seminole and the Osceola, of course, Seminole and Osceola counties.
Ah. Wow. I like this. I do like, learning about Florida from this perspective, where you can see all of the melting pot, everything mixed together.
Oh yeah, we've got the
Like
oldest.
Hawaii.
Yeah, we have the oldest. Although some people don't like it because we don't stray or fear controversy. We have the technically. I say it technically because we have that license plate program where we have dozens and dozens and dozens of different license plates, and that you can get a license plate that says Florida's National Guard or State Guard or militia.
Mhm.
1565, I think. Because they're dating it all the way back to the Spaniards who set up in St. Augustine.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
In
I too.
Very interesting.
St. Augustine.
Yes. Have you toured the fort, Tyro?
Hmm. I visited St. Augustine a month or so ago.
Oh,
with my mother and sister and a friend that was visiting.
Did you go
Oh.
to the fort? Did you walk on the walls or go inside?
I think we stopped at we parked in the area where there's a lot of restaurants and stuff that you can walk around, and I think we saw the fort from
Yes.
a corner.
Yes.
It looks like Cartagena, Colombia has a big fort.
Cartagena.
Oh, oh, there's the Hampton Inn. Should I go this way?
Let's see. Gonna enter.
In 400 feet, my destination will be on the left.
Oh,
My destination is on the left.
I love the bird sound song. Our Chihuahua.
Now,
oh, look at you. Look at the little fella. Oh my goodness, teeny tiny. So cute.
We have 29 pounds of dogs distributed across 3 canines.
Cute. Is this you, Hyro?
I've landed on the Mayflower, or the Mayflower has landed.
Almost. That was another that's a
Yeah.
drive for some people.
Oh,
You're not here. You have to drive around to the front so you can see me. Come to the front.
Oh, you can walk it.
I didn't walk.
Come
I
to the
have
no,
parked.
no, drive around to the front, Hyro. You're in the wrong side. Come around to the front. Drive around to the front of the hotel where I am.
I don't want you to
parking?
see my jalopy.
I want to see your jalopy. Why you hide your jalopy? Now,
It's
okay,
a-
now I'm gonna have
It's a
to
mess.
do. I'm going to do where in the world is Hyro? I'm gonna see if I can find you. All right, I'll meet you. I'll see you. I don't know which direction you are. Let's see.
Let's see.
Could
I'm
both
on.
be orbiting clockwise.
I'm on the left
They
side.
not meet for a few
Yeah.
minutes.
Yes, go
My
counterclockwise, and I'll go clockwise
You're to my right, maybe.
from
Okay.
a bird's eye view.
Oh.
No, go counterclockwise around the building.
Oh, okay.
Let's
So-
see.
That means I need to go this way.
Oh, you need to go to Bush.
I see you walking with your phone. You look like me.
Where-
Walking with your phone. I'm coming towards you.
Look at the wonderful landscaping.
There you are. All right, let me turn the phone around. How do you do this?
There she is.
Oh, wait.
We ever is this wake up and think clearly history taking place? One of you is gonna have to mute.
There, I need it.
It's still sounding. I made it to Hampton Inn and Suites.
Well, congratulations, guys. I think you've made wake up and think clearly history.
We've made Wake Up and Think Clearly history. The meeting of the dawn.
What started on the internet
What started on the internet has
something
become,
that now coexists in the actual, where
thank
only the spirit atomized folk, at least two of them now have come together. You're both pioneers.
we are no longer ideal. We are no longer a reduction of reality. We are reality. Oh, look, there's breakfast. Are these the folks eating breakfast?
Yes.
We can eat here? It smells like coffee and donuts and stuff.
Waffles, eggs and sausage, and breads and fruits, oatmeal,
Wow.
pastry.
Rami
Cooking.
is cooking. He's joining us for breakfast.
I'm gonna go and see if they're seating out by the pool so that we could, have our breakfast, but also be able to talk outside. I'm gonna go look.
Oh, you're gonna look to see if we can eat outside? Let's see. Where should I get online? In line, or where's the line? From here or maybe from there? Or I can go anywhere? Oh,
They have the door locked, so, and it's wet out there, so I don't think we should out there, so. But yeah, you wanna get something to eat?
someone joined us. Who could it be? Aran.
Come on.
Uh-oh, we better behave. Welcome, Aran.
Peace be with you all.
Peace be unto you, Aran.
Yeah, and what is it that you are discussing about?
Oh, we're discussing artificial intelligence. And then I asked the question, what is intelligence? And then we attempted to answer off the top of our heads. And then we tried, what is knowledge? And then we got distracted as I drove all the way to meet Dawn. Physically, she's visiting Orlando, and I live in Orlando area. And so now I'm together with Dawn at her hotel, her Hampton Inn and Suites in Quadrangle Boulevard.
Jero, you impressed me with your
Yes.
analytical skills. You have good ability to connect the dots. Yes, it is very important that we do look at the very important questions and picture. Now, you mentioned about AI, and the most important thing concerning it is obviously intelligence and how that relates to what intelligence is. And I was going to speak about this, that the intelligence that we know of an AI is at the moment, or perhaps cannot be conscious like human beings are. All right. And what
That's
is
right.
conscious is something very not completely understood. But consciousness is something we attribute to human beings, or living beings. And what is consciousness could be understood by this. The computers, the AIs, are using algorithms. They are fundamentally a bunch of algorithms which are pretending to be like humans, right? They're not fundamentally humans. That's the difference. Unless and until we find out what truly a human being is, which is we don't even know completely, it will be hard to even make anything we can call a conscious being. So yes, the nature of an AI is very different from us. Even though it can imitate us, it's imitating intelligence. It probably isn't truly intelligent.
You can leave it up, I'm right here. Thank you.
The machine is imitating what we perceive
Are.
to be intelligent activities. No?
I used to talk to a chatbot, and the chatbot was pretty good. it used to talk like a human, except that when you got deeper,
Oh,
it got confused.
something
The
else.
chatbot, yeah,
No.
the chatbot would become confused, and would not know how to respond. So it's very interesting to me that actually the
Huh?
AI is just pretending. It's
Bagels.
not really intelligent.
It,
Oh, yeah. Mhm. You want to open them and put it in?
I was. Oh,
So, Jero, what do you make out of this? The idea that intelligence, that the AI is just putting it up. I mean, it really isn't intelligence, but zeros and ones in the background. It's not like us.
oh. So, so the phrase artificial intelligence, artificial suggests that it's man-made, and intelligence suggests a capability of man. So, what if in our brain there is a circuitry or countless circuitries that work together to produce something that we could call, oh, that is very intelligent of that uh, person or entity to done that. So then we decide, oh, let's build a machine that can help help us in that too. So maybe that's what artificial intelligence is. It helps us to
Yeah,
continue
perhaps
our
you made a good
intelligence.
point. That is, the artificial intelligence may, in fact, have some similarities with us. I mean, in terms of circuitry, you mentioned that. But again,
Do you want to tell this
the
more?
thing is, even if it is, it doesn't quite make the human. And if we have souls, say, then how do we solve that dilemma with the machine? How do we create machines with something like souls?
Oh, okay.
And then I'll step out of the
Thank
way.
you.
Mhm. Did you want that sausage?
Nope.
No.
Is
Sorry,
that
I got it.
sausage? Okay, thank you. Done. Let's see. So, Ron said that yes, there is a circuitry in artificial intelligence, and there is a circuitry in the brain. Maybe the essence of it is our algorithms, and so that they'll have a function that will produce some kind of intelligence, some kind of function that helps our helps our decision making, maybe.
Yes, I think it's more intellect where it corresponds with human beings. But human beings also have intuition,
Butter.
we can kind of guess things, which an AI does not have. So
Okay.
I'm gonna get it.
that's interesting.
Thank you. Oh, have you heard of Claude Shannon and the theory of communications?
I have heard the Shannon's theory. Go on.
Hmm. So maybe it's very mathematical, but I get I sense that the reason why digital signals are better than analog is because with digital, they can wear down or get distorted, but on the other side, in the end, they can figure out what was sent. Oh, so the objective, the let's see, there's in communication, there's a transmission, and through the transmission it gets distorted, but then when it gets to the other side, there's circuitry that can figure out what it was, even though it's distorted. So with digital signals, they can go farther and easier, maybe, or because
think,
with analog signals, it can, when it distorts or degrades, then there's a lot of noise and it gets introduced, so it's very, very poor.
Yeah, I think we can simplify this, and we can simply say that yes, artificial intelligence is indeed artificial, intelligence,
Nope.
because it imitates intelligence, yes, and it can do what we can do. It can solve all the intelligent problems. So yes, it has logic, and which we also have. But probably, yes, it will be wrong to say an artificial intelligence is like human being. There is some traits, it is intellectually similar, but not everything is similar. And it will be interesting. I think it will be very challenging to make humanoid bots, because human beings carry emotions and intuition. And these things will be quite hard to put into a computer. We can imitate logic, but how can we put genuine emotions in a computer will be very interesting. Um, yeah, and what more were you talking about? Was the whole discussion about AI?
Mm.
Sarah, do you mind if I jump in?
We were also talking a little bit about just as I was traveling to this hotel, we were sightseeing, and I was driving and showing the University Boulevard that was formerly Florida Technical, Florida Technical School or college. What was it, Rami? It used to be called that. Hmm.
Gerald, can I revisit the ideal of AI?
Oh, welcome, Dominic Persinik in Canada. Welcome back.
Right, that's a big question. We've been doing AI for a long time. The written work is AI. You're never going to have intuitiveness jumping off the page. So, and I think you made a valid statement. It's only to entertain the intellectual part. It will never get into the intuitive and insightful part. Unless AI can, and even that won't be anything beyond that, where it can actually reprocess its processor. Humans can't even do that yet. Humans can't just will themselves a correct arm or leg. So until people start discovering what consciousness is or isn't, I think what we're doing is we're looking at a computer and saying, because maybe not us, but somebody like a human created it, are going to, egotistically say, oh, we created something. No, you didn't. You're just taking yesterday's news and putting it in there. But then again, we've never seen a human being be able to gather all that information. We've divided ourselves when it comes to comprehending a lot of things, whether it's intuitively insightful. Most people become very scholarly, or they become very orally. Both of them, of course, afterthoughts. So whatever artificial intelligence is, would pose the question: are we not inside of artificial intelligence?
Oh, are you saying that we are inside a matrix?
I'm saying the vessel that we're in, we come into it. So it's its own artificial intelligence. It's alive, The body's alive. The ego does not control it. It can say, okay, I want to eat food, but who does the processing? When we go to sleep, something takes over it. When me and you are awake, who runs the blood? Who runs the breath? That's not the ego. Hence the terminology, know thyself. Who's the self and who's the knower? They're both programs. When I say I'm experiencing the body or experiencing thoughts, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not those things, but I can become attached to those things. I could be attached to my name. I could be attached to that I'm an electrician. I'm a man. Those are just personas. So for us to think that AI is what it is, then we have to actually mislead ourselves first. AI is just a program that gets put into a computer. There's a program that runs the vessel that gets put into a computer. See, I value that I jump into the vessel. I was not in the vessel. But then that's me. Other people would say, Dom, I can question you. I said, you can't question my senses. You can question the ideals that I come from the senses. So this is where people will have these arguments, but not questioning. Can I really question somebody else's senses? Not really, because you're not living through them. Most people don't realize, unless you're the few that can actually astral travel, do you ever leave that vessel in one lifespan? Did your parents ever teach you how to breathe? Well, no. So then who's your teacher? It's not outside. This is why when you're around, you're talking about intuitive and insightful. The word in gives it away. So AI is just another version of man trying to build something, man, M-E-N, trying to build something that does not work corresponding with nature.
Well, Dominic, there's a reason why we say the world inside, because the world inside is a very massive world and perhaps much more valuable to us than anything outside.
I'm with you.
And you are obviously aware of that.
Yeah, I am. I'm still a student, but I'm aware of it. And when I get little cracks open once in a while and realize I don't see the words that I describe on an object, then I realize, well, then what is spiritual?
Yes,
What's
the
material?
the mystery of the centuries, spiritual. There was a good definition I came about, and it said that spiritual is the most important aspect to a person. That was a good definition. What is most important to a person? It's probably not AI. We could have lived without AI, without much of the technology we have. But the most important aspect has to do with our true selves, and the source. So yes, I think spiritual somewhat captivates the great meaning, and the ideas that you are speaking corresponds with what is most important to us, which we forget in this consumerist world. So yeah, that is a good point.
We're always consuming. Let me change the word spiritual. Spiritual, breath, prana, chi. You can see the effect of air, but you never see air. You can see some of its side effect. A leaf moves, hits another tree, but you never see air. So we really don't know what some people use the ideal of matrix is. Do we ever see the energy floating? Do we actually see when a person says, why am I able to only learn 1,000 words, but now I have recollection of 1,000,000 words? Why? Because we don't really know what chi and prana or spirit really is. We use words to describe it because, again, humans have not created the thousands of different languages. We get to use them, but we didn't create them. So when somebody says, I see gold, I say, do you see the alchemy of language? Well, no. So you're just seeing the shape shifting of material. This is where AI, what it's teaching AI is for the few in the world to live without the masses anymore. That's all it's supposed to. Yes.
Dominic, the material world is an illusion, and you do describe it well. What if you start questioning the things around you? We do start kind of recognizing that things are not like they are. And you mentioned about this energy and all this persona around us, all these things we perceive. We are only witnessing from a human perspective, and that's the thing. The things are much different, and that's why we speak about the spiritual realms or spiritual nature, because that's the thing. The things are different from our base material nature, and people who live in the world thinking there's nothing else, then spiritual tends to make much more mistakes. And that's why true peace is never achieved by them.
Oh, you have to get into a state of silence, peace. So when you meditate, you can listen from within. So that ideal of the illusion, which it is material, but if you realize the illusion is not the material, it's what you describe it. For example, if I see a tree, I don't see the word tree, let alone do I see the word oak tree. So the object material, evil, is still there. I'm using my senses. Now, can I question my senses? Yes, I can. But how many different language would I have to describe that same object to validate or disvalidate, validate that doesn't exist there? The illusion is in the thoughts, not in the material. We give description for it. Even I say the word material. Where did I get that word? And within each word is sound. And most of us are born with sound, not with words or written word. So that was conditioned in after. I don't care if it's Sanskrit, it could be Hebrew, it could be Greek. Those are just language that were given after. And if you have enough people saying it, there's a harmony in all of that. So for us to become aware that you're in the spirit, but you never see it. But what we end up settling for is what we do see. Now, this is why some people say words like, what you call point of view. Now you're using your eyes. Eye of the beholder. Now you're using your third eye. Plato's cave. These are the things that we use words to describe it. But once it resonates with one person, it's like me trying to explain to you, Iran, and you trying to explain to me. It has to be within oneself. And then you can use discernment, maybe understand it. But most people are only going to pursue knowledge. They're interested in, I know about things. I say, okay, so what is numbers? How do they really work?
Well, I understand your point, and
yeah, we do.
The nature of things aren't really restricted to our words and so forth. You know, that's why we say you have to experience something to truly understand it. Things are, you're right, they're not bound by words or so forth.
I'm with you. But then again, how many people say that they experience thoughts? They say they experience what comes after thoughts, written work and all that. Or do I experience the vessel? You know, when I get sick, my mind, or whatever I'm using called the mind, not the brain, the mind, it's still okay, but it's the vessel. But my mind knows, Dominic, you don't take care of yourself. You don't take care. You're not stewarding your vessel. This is why people, when they say shit like, I hate to use the word shit, but they do it. I own land. I said, you're never supposed to own land. You're supposed to be the steward of the land. This is why there's people in the world, they rule land. They never openly admit that they own land. So we forget to steward our own vessels. I'm talking from my own hypocritical point of view. But I'm okay with saying that. Where other people will say, well, I don't like expressing my emotions. So that's why AI can take over. Because most people have to be almost like a psychopath, actually, to catch on to an AI. Because AI doesn't have the ability to have emotions. And for a person to deny themselves of an emotion, they're going to turn around and say, well, wait a second. Well, what is emotion? Energy in motion. What's energy? Thoughts, reason, thinking, feeling, senses. Those are all emotions, not just what people think, well, I'm moving my arm. That's one emotion. And until people become aware of that, does the body heal from within or from without? When you cut yourself, not you saying around, but because I know people hear this, we could record it. When you cut yourself, is the healing done outside or inside? So outside, is it dead or is it alive? It's a question that people should at least pose themselves and then get into a state of meditation and a state of silence. And then something will inside you will say, yeah, all the other shit you've been learning is full of shit. But hey, humanity's going to still live the way they are. Well, we are human beings. What is the being part? Anyway, I went on.
Dominic, one thing I will tell you is I've researched a lot on these matters. And yes, I will tell you that from a spiritual person's point of view, the AI is nothing that they bother with, because they know it's not a conscious entity. It's a bunch of zeros and ones in the background, even though it can imitate being intelligent. The other thing for us is that you mentioned about the important questions, right? One thing I want to say that perhaps, the world is so complex and the nature is so deceptive. It is because probably the work of an infinite mind, the world being so complex, it just confirms, how intelligent it is. So yeah, perhaps, our purpose is to know the source of all, perhaps, the creator, that will be an interesting aspect as well, to be one with the creator.
Again, it's kind of like on the tarot card. The first card is the Fool card. To be the seeker, you have to actually almost give up or at least resist being so attached to mundane conversations. I get it. We have to exist with humanity. But at the same time, do we ever go within each other? No, we don't. So this is where the world itself, as you said, I know you're probably implying that we're probably existing within it, because the world is beautiful with or without the human. If the animals started to speak, we would have issues. But until then, what most people forget is they think the world is an external thing opposed to an internal thing. And until they become aware of that, we're gonna be what some people call the crazy house. Do you just choose to take your pills or not? So we can talk about what government's doing, whatever they're doing, what kind of guns being made, what kind of cars are being perceived, and all that kind of stuff, but never stopping and realizing, so what are those two objects in the sky? What do the clouds really do or don't do? And there's a lot of conditioning. I don't care if you're 10 years old, you've already had 10 years of conditioning. A lot of people get their conditioning from within the womb. Until you become aware of those things, because you're in the point of seeking. But outside of that, it is what it is.
Go ahead, Rami.
I've taken that separation of the internal and the external, the separation of man from the rest of creation. It's logical conclusion. And if you give me a moment, I will give you a link that isn't too long, if I can find it, that describes exactly that. Here we go. And I put it in terms of the, hope you enjoy that. Anyone who wants to volunteer to read it is welcome to. Perhaps Iran, perhaps Dominic, I don't know.
It's in gist.github.com/Kutene.
Followed by a long alpha numeric. I'll paste the link in the archive so that others can watch
And
it.
it says, it's titled Natural Flow, Money Backed by the Physical.
Yeah, so have fun with that.
In the following, the physical is considered in both all places and all matter, not composing humankind. The population is all conceived living human beings. So we divide the physical by the population, and you have the size of each universal unit. Let the value of each physical universal unit be highly divisible out to at least 23 decimal places. Establish that each being is entitled to their equal portion of the earth, in so much that money backed by the physical is attached to every person from conception, and that instead of specific denominations, the net worth of the land holdings of each person on earth is valued at 1 unit, which is equivalent to the total physical divided by the total population of the living. Let that portion of the earth for which any seeks to pull out of the commons, for which there is not left enough after the pull and good enough for the rest, an extraction fee or natural resource value tax, which becomes deducted out of the being's account in order to fund government, the lesser and the citizen's dividend, the greater which is credited back to the being's ledger variable. In essence, upon every lunar cycle, based upon usage, pulls summed nightly upon the new moon, let each being have credited to their account their share of the value of the natural resources paid out from the extractions and holdings revenues collected. For each county, municipality, parish, and or other governed portion of the earth, let the local governing tax collector's office receive those extractions and holding fees in order to fund the minimally agreed upon necessary level of government, as determined by the beings in said territory, and further allow the national government to market to the people direct where the beings in the territories which make up the nation have the power of the purse. Allow all national projects, be they defense, diplomacy, and any other such project as the people find agreeable, be funded either by the local governments as decided by local vote, or the beings themselves out of their public purses, the total combination of the two methods. So, where do we begin? Does this method of government have to be accepted all over the world for it to work? And then what if some person gets greedy and figures out that if we eliminate certain people, then the ones alive will have a greater share?
Well, I think that the problem obviously comes with the state of the human. Corrupting influence, especially in today's society, someone or the, there's always ways to exploit a system, and there are those who will exploit it. So obviously, I think the true way the mankind can flourish would probably two ways, either by means of God, or the second could be by transformation of man, and that we could live in a transformed, that when we transform ourselves and stand by principles and understand that there is more to this world than mere money, then probably this issue could be better resolved. But I think it's like something Jesus said, which is before the person should change within before entering the kingdom of heaven. So the person must change. And if the people do not change, I don't think any system can work well.
Oh, wow. Yes. Ran, what system of government do you have where you live?
It's the same government, democracy, but we call it democracy, but we all know that democracy is quite a fragile system. On the surface, it appears we have great power, but behind the scenes, it's easy to manipulate. And those who control the money can manipulate. One of the ways, I think I was studying this and I found that how you can actually use power as a political party or any entity to have your own people in important positions, and they will be biased towards your agenda. And we see that. I mean, in United States, we saw how the even judges are influenced in their decision making. So yes, it's not like it's not full of exploitation. Democracy is easily open to exploitation. It's not open to the public to see. I mean, think about it. The governments, the political parties literally sell themselves um, to buy favors. I mean, to favors. If you are a lobby, if you're a business company, you want a favor, you just go and buy and support their election matters, and they will do what you want. So how is it for the people when it's actually a bunch of lobbies buying favors? So you do understand that it's actually in democracy, money rules, and it's a covered manner.
Wow.
Perhaps you need the heavens to come and rule, or perhaps you transform man somehow. But I think I have studied that as time goes by, um, humans, this is the idea. Currently, we believe in the idea of human evolution, but there is another idea, which is human devolution. That is, man becomes, that as time goes by, man becomes worse and worse. In the beginning, man is very spiritual and is connected to the source. Some call it God. But then as time passes by and passes by, subsequently becomes far away. And then we have this sort of world, and we don't really have directions. There's so much deception and confusion. And then eventually this world also falls, because what used to be right is now wrong, and what's wrong is right. So yes, I mean, think about how radically our society has transformed. And we should even question whether we are even on the same good or right approach. And I think it happens that there is something called cycles of destruction, that civilizations come to an end. And it happened in Pompeii, it happened in Harappan, it may even happen with this modern world.
What I propose that humanity create a benevolent, godly, spiritual, logical, transparent form of government for all Earth, for all humans, and be what is it? Compassionate towards animals, and be installed. It would be installed on a giant chip, a central government governing chip, and it would be an artificially intelligent form of government, and the code would be open source, available for all to read. and it would be reinstalled or updated periodically to remove the bugs in the form of government.
Yeah, that's it. I think we both will agree, and it in the sense that this can only happen if people transform themselves to be more godly and spiritual people. And this can happen perhaps, but I think there are sinister forces also that tries to bring down humanity. Nevertheless, what we were speaking about, yes. So I think what you're saying is very interesting, but of course, the transformation must happen. And I think we are becoming more and more materialistic. And that's why we are also we're coming into more chaos. So yes, definitely, first the human must transform and be a bit detached with the outside world, explore his spiritual nature, and then he will start admiring and appreciating people. If you are obsessed with food, let's say, or something, you're going to not compromise. And that's one problem, because you are now attached too strongly to food or property that you may not let it go. So that's one thing, the ability to let go. But I think right now, I think probably there is an intelligence which regulates this whole universe. And when time comes, I think that intelligence will bring order. This perhaps the source of all, the God we call, which is infinite intelligence. Perhaps when all things are done, perhaps this whole world is a lesson for us. It is a lesson what happens when we try to run things without God, because the world is so complicated. And it's a good lesson because see how interestingly things have gone. I mean,
Oh, oh, Aran muted. We can't hear Aran. Or did he finish speaking? Or he had
Maybe he had to attend to some other business. That's often the
Okay.
case with me on a Saturday morning.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
I have a
I'm
question.
I'm with Don here at breakfast at the Hampton Inn. I have finished my breakfast. I ate scrambled eggs, a sausage. Oh, I have sinned from my vegetarianism.
Oh, no.
And
Sorry.
egg too. And a coffee
And potato.
so
and
I can
bagel.
think clearly or maybe think faster.
Right.
Oh,
You
no,
know, I had a
especially-
friend who studied Walam Kung Fu,
What you have
and
it?
one of the teachers,
Should I put this away?
Yeah, behind you.
one of the teachers
Oh, I
there
forgot the tomato.
trained
I'll
both
just put it in my coffee.
both vegetarians and those who
You're gonna
ate
have to
meat.
throw it away. You can't put it back.
And what he noticed, the sensei of the dojo,
Hmm.
whatever they called that school of kung fu, was that the people who ate meat would come on stronger at the end, wouldn't last as long, and those who ate vegetables have a steady amount of energy, sort of a steady state that was at a higher sort of level. So it's a difference between come on strong and then not have the lasting power versus having not as much strength initially, but having overall a more steady amount of energy across the board.
Well, thank you
In-
for revealing that because that's an interesting addition. I've myself felt, I've been on fast and I've only eaten, fruits and vegetables. I felt stronger on the long term. It was a very peaceful kind of experience. But yes,
Hmm.
but I must say, I think eating meat is not wrong at all. But I think I've never eaten meat in my life because I come
Wow.
from a priestly class, and the
Oh.
priests never eat meat. And but there's no problem in the sense because humans have been eating. And the thing is that I think people may be eating too much processed meat rather than limited some amounts of it
No.
from good sources, good farms. So I think that's the point. Our world is actually perhaps appears to be like this beautiful place, good buildings, but what's most important is degraded, like a food, and like our lifestyles.
You guys going to one?
No, 250, but I think it's trying to tell me. I'm just taking a pill now.
So Rami, you are a Christian, right?
I let other people attach the labels, but it is part of my being.
Yeah, that's a good thing. You don't go by labels. I found labels to be so terrible. It really puts you in a box and limits your thinking. And this was so revolutionary to me not to follow these norms. But
I
you
may,
would have,
I may wake up and think clearer-ist. I'm trying to wake up and think clearly. No, not just think clearly, see clearly. See reality as it is.
by the way, I want to share one thing. When I think, I also observe a lot. I've seen observing has been great boon to me. Because see, it's not necessarily that in my mind would something of great importance come automatically. It's as if I'm observing something and something happens in front of me and I say, oh, this is of great meaning,
Oh,
and that is important that we are going by and we also observe what's happening.
oh, that's a good, a good, what is it? A good practice to observe, to listen. Yes. So maybe I should change it to wake up and listen clearly. Observe Wake up and observe. Wake up and smell the roses. Oh, look at this wonderful, luxurious bed.
Jero is observing now.
Samsung jewelry.
Get out of my stuff, Hyro.
I'm with Dawn. She drove all the way, hours away to visit me in Orlando. She's from, what is it, Citrus?
Citrus County.
Citrus County, Florida. It's so far away. I could, it would cost me $30 to get there in gas, I would say.
Just to orient you, Citrus County is on the western side of the peninsula, about 2 or 3 counties north of Tampa.
Oh,
And they're now in East Orange County, which is just 1 county away from the Banana River and the Atlantic Ocean.
wow. Rami is an expert in Florida history
Geography.
and geography. Yes. What was the name of the University Boulevard before?
Right, so it was originally called Florida Technological University Boulevard, but when they
That's a long
elected
name.
to change the name to the University of Central Florida, they dropped the F and the T portion. It was called that originally because the institution was set up to be a feeder for NASA.
Wow. See? I didn't know that. Now that I know that, I feel intelligent.
Back where we started.
Back where we started.
It's important not to get too caught up in one's own illusions.
That's right.
What is it? You both were speaking in terms of well, I think Iran had brought up the idea of the power of observation and noticing the significant observations, like
Yes.
taking a moment to hollow that experience.
And
Oh.
Rami, I said that because I noticed that among the philosophers and many people, the problem came that they were speculating more than observing and testing what they know. And in
Oh.
spirituality, I found that when I started applying these things, it transformed, it really worked. And that was the difference. Many people don't. They're just saying, oh, this is true, but apply it and see how wonderful it is.
Oh.
Yes, taste and see the goodness of the Lord.
Yeah, and that's the practical applications of engineering. You will not be able to learn engineering if you don't apply the concepts you have learned. And real life is similar to that. You must first theoretically understand the concept and try to test it in real life, and you see it works. That assures you there is truth to it. So, for example, talking to people, this is very basic. I learned that, being respectful to people and in a very humble manner, people tend to listen better than if you shout and be angry. This is all we have observed in our lives, that how we should speak to people. This is a very basic concept I'm talking about, but this is application, and then you understand it better, right? So, we must observe our lives and things that happens so that we understand better. We become more conscious.
Yes. I like that, because wasn't it Aristotle or some Greek person that would be considered the first scientist, or he would come up with theories just by sitting on his chair and thinking it up, but we found it to be a little bit off. Like an armchair scientist, without going out and testing it out.
And Jero, many mathematicians and scientists actually go on a good walk in a garden and find answers to the most hard problems they were having. So that's also interesting.
Also, wasn't there a French scientist, chemist? Maybe if I recall correctly. Oh, no, maybe this wasn't French. Well, there was one scientist that he's famous for his the benzene ring or something like that, and
Yes,
he
yes.
couldn't figure it out, and he
Kekule, I think. Kekule.
took a break, and maybe sat on the couch and maybe took a brief nap, and in his dream he saw the formula, or maybe it came together, and he came out of that, and I guess he discovered what he needed.
Yes, this is actually written in my book, and you're right. So I recall, I think all the ideas came together. Same thing was with Ramanujan.
Unplug yourself.
Yeah, and
Oh.
This is interesting things. This shows you, that we have not really understood the human capability in truth, and how, this information makes sense. Nevertheless, artistic impressions also come from people going outside, strolling and seeing something, and then it strikes their mind. And this also happened to me, that I was able to better understand things by observing. One of the and when I was observing, I never really expected them to be this true. I just thought, okay, there is something to it, but suddenly it struck me, oh, so this could be the case. So I'm saying that when you observe, you open your mind to possibilities, and if you just keep, speculating, that is the data in your mind, you're not going to go far off, right? Unless and until you expose yourself to other points of, let's say, this experience. So yes, I think observation is also important. I was able to understand a lot of things spiritually and so forth, and even twist my mind. My mind has been twisted 100 times in my life. Everything I knew, I had to throw away, and I have to twist my mind, twist my mind, twist my mind. The nature of reality is quite twisting. And I have to, you have to keep, that's why they say mad people tend to be genius, because, the people are living in some sort of this base reality. But if you think about it, things become very, very complicated. But we can deal with it for some reasons. I don't know how we can comprehend all of this, but some reason there is, we can. And if you seek truth, you will find it. My intention has been to seek the truth. And you have to eliminate, and you have to seek it, what is important. And you have to observe and use this tools we have of spirit. Even this inner voice has been of great help. It's not like I'm just analyzing. There is this instinct that comes within, and there's something wrong about this gut feeling, so everything comes together and you make the decision. It's not just 1 + 1 = 2. So it's a great thing. Power of observation, analytical ability, the spiritual insights, the inner voice. Yes, Gerald?
That's done.
Dawn,
This is Jairo.
I was going to say, I agree. And I was going to add that actually, I think we are always in observation mode, always, constantly. But we have an issue with attachment. And so we don't get a chance to fully digest and fully comprehend the full nature of things, because we're doing the squirrel, look at that, look at this, look at that, and attaching to it and reacting to it constantly. But we are constantly observing, but we also need to just be quiet sometimes. And that's what gets us stuck, is because we don't get a chance to fully understand while we are so noisily reacting to everything. So it's the same thing that Aaron was saying. But I think for me, that's a little bit clearer to understand that I can be in meditation all day long if I'm quiet. I don't have to sit still. I can if I want, but we don't need to add more than is necessary. Just understand that we are being manipulated to react constantly, and just don't react.
Yes, very well said. Actually, the key message here is that peace and calm is the true way, and that's what spiritual nature is. What I said was that we are in a world, and we cannot ignore things, and in that manner, there's a smarter approach, and the approach is an observation-based approach, a more conscious approach. And you did say right that we all observe, but it's interesting that at a basic level, because of these attachments you mentioned very well, we do not observe so well. And when I am in an observation mode, I am going about my things, but I'm also seeing things in detail. And I'm seeing important things. I'm not seeing what's the color of her, scarf and all these stuff. It's the behavior of people and many things, that important things, let's say. And we all know by heart what's important. I don't need to describe. So yeah, I think you understand. And one of the ways I understood the world is falling is by observation. Many people are just sleeping. Some people, spiritually especially, can see that there is some chaos, something not right with the world. And I understood this also with technology. That despite of this technology, we were somewhat lacking because we are beings of personal, that we need to be together in person. Jero is more happy being in person with Dawn than he would be on Zoom.
Observation.
Yes,
So
observations.
what is this observation? I imagine it to be that we are surrounded by a buffet of objects and we zoom in on one object, and at that moment we lock into its characteristics and we bring into it what attracts us to it, and everything around it is kind of blurred away. So we focus on something, and so at that moment we're just observing that object, and we've eliminated everything else around it. So in that moment we are observing one object and have eliminated all other objects. So in that way, Dawn was saying that we're always observing things, but once we lock into one thing, everything else kind of fades away, is out in the peripheral. And so while we're observing one thing, we're not observing everything else. So at all moments we're in observation mode, but then how do we maintain an observation of everything at the same time of observing one thing that interests us, but being able to switch to something outside of what we were observing because it matters?
I wouldn't say. I was going to respond that that's what we're learning how to do now. So it's a part of our evolution. So now we're at the point where we're aware of ourselves, and we're aware that we are constantly reacting to things, and that by so doing, it causes us to miss true reality. It's created a fantasy world for us by attaching or zooming in close on one particular thing or topic. So now we are aware of it, we can make a different choice, because the change only occurs in awareness. You can't change something if you're not aware it's happening. So now that we're aware, when it happens and we are aware, oh, it's happening now, we can choose, okay, let me zoom back out from that, or let me put that down, don't pay as much attention to it. It's a choice. And what defines what's the correct choice is not about, oh, you're supposed to do this when this happens. No, it's an effortless experience where in the moment you choose, and that choice you're making is exactly the correct choice at that moment. Don't make a problem and say, oh, I was supposed to choose it different, because then what you create is a dissonance for yourself, because you're in resistance to reality, in resistance to what is. If you pay attention to something, pay attention to it. Don't create a ritual, don't create a rule, just allow. And I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I will just add this, that intelligence is an active process. I've met people and they've been quite, intelligent, but I see them, they're a bit in a university mode. They think that they open their minds, they go in the classroom, they open their minds, they calculate and, use all their mental faculty. They go outside the classroom and they live the dumbest life on earth, So intelligence does not work that way. That's all I'm saying. It's an active process. Everything is changing, and you are right. How can you have, how can you hold on to one principle when everything is changing all the time? And you have to, use your intelligence and your abilities. You're given these abilities for a purpose, right? To make decisions and so forth. I understand with all, and Jero, good observation there, by the way. Jero made good observations there. And, understanding the concepts which Miss Dawn and I said, he integrated them and brought forth good questions. The point here is
Oh, he went mute. Rami's mute too.
I love that Iran left it open like that. The point there is,
And now we get to choose which is the point.
I have two things to add. One is I think we're talking about the manifestations of understanding. And whenever I think of that, I consider at least two. I'm only going to give pointers to one of them, but there have been at least two major thinkers in Western philosophy. John Locke's been one of them, and you can go off and find the other, or maybe ones I haven't even heard about, but they've addressed the issue of the limits of human understanding. So in the Lord's Prayer, after the hallowed be thy name, it's thy will be done, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So there's even a unity in the idea, or in the sense that, well, even on earth, we know that there are certain places that are more developed than other places. And I'm sure if you were to take a caveman and plop him into, well, maybe not even a caveman, let's say someone who's living from a lifestyle that is maybe agricultural, and they're having to work 13 to 18 hours a day, and then you plop them into the Netherlands, where they have these tractors that suddenly reduce their working hours to 3 or 4 hours a day and only so many times a week. And there are these amazing cities and these wonderful playgrounds. It becomes like a heaven, but it's really a difference in the degree of the development in the process. So when I think in terms of, and please don't ever limit yourself to my understanding, because I'm using this as an analogy. I'm not saying that the Netherlands is literally heaven, but it's a place where people have worked out a lot of problems, in other words, that other places maybe would like to look at and adopt and make solutions their own in their own way. So on earth as it is in heaven, to me, is a unity of the two. And of course, that was from the very start of Jesus's ministry. He went out, what did he do? He went out to the corner and said, repent, or turn around, change your mind, rethink, because the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And as soon as you start to believe, that's it. It's like you're a citizen of heaven from that point forward.
Yeah, one thing I want to say is well said. And even he spoke about changing. It's not like you simply go about, I kept emphasizing that change, this practical difference must be there before, or it's all talks. They used to say no talks, no and no action, all talks and no action. And you find many people like that. And anyways, one thing I was going to say about development was that the cities might be very developed, the outside world would be very developed, but that probably is developed on the cost of human being. If our lives become very comfortable, we probably become nerfed. That is something interesting to ponder. And so I'll leave at that. But nevertheless, if we have not suffered or taken pain in our lives, we probably will not have that strong mindset. So yes, I think in the developed world nowadays, I think we are a bit less powerful mentally because we have not suffered that much. So suffering and hardships are perhaps a good training thing. Anyways, there was something important I was going to say. And that important thing was about, about this limits of intelligence. No doubt there are limits of intelligence. But I have said that we are here and we are trying to understand where we are. At the moment, we don't perhaps, we have to make sense of the place. So even using intelligence, while we can, is not a bad thing. And that's how I kind of got away. I had a spiritual nature and an intelligence nature. I combined them two, and I was able to find solutions. So I say that people should seek and use intelligence, but I say that they should focus, not focus, but they should see and question themselves what is most important. Probably the eyes of the woman you are witnessing is not the most important thing. Probably the earrings are not the most important thing, but probably the interactions or perhaps things happening at a major level are more important. That we should observe and ask ourselves what to make out of this. When you see something like, some major event happening, what to make out of it. So observation on most important thing tied to spiritual nature, that probably simplifies what I'm saying about observation. But observation is a great skill, and I do agree, because it helps us find truth. That's the main reason. Finding truth is key. Our logic could be wrong at times, but observation helps.
Thank you, Aaron. I will practice observation today and every day for the rest of the week. I will observe if I am observing, or if I am too attached to something. Sometimes I forget that I have to eat. I keep working at work. Oh, somebody says, "Are you hungry?" Oh, that's right. I am hungry. I didn't notice. I have to go eat.
Great, Jero. By the way, I must say why observation works is because life is a great teacher. We all have similar experiences in a sense, and life teaches us something or the other in a great holistic way. So observing life is is very, very much a great teacher than probably some books you would read.
I was going to add that something that I heard Rami say about the passage about make things on earth as it is in heaven. And that to me was instantly a clue, because where is heaven? Here, the brain, where all creativity occurs. And I think for me, hearing that, it feels obvious now, all of a sudden, that earth is the physical realm. And here is where we create what we want to manifest on earth. So that helps me. That helped me quite a bit. For some reason, just at that moment, I got it. And we can only manifest what we want on earth if we first spend time creating it. And when we create in observation mode, as you would say, we can manifest what it is that we really want. Love, peace, harmony. But what's really been happening is we've been caught up in the fantasy world. We've been attached to these different things that we see or sense around us, and we lose track of what it is that we really want. So I don't think that, it's my opinion, that we are here to enjoy this earth, but also to accomplish a goal. But what is that goal? That's where the confusion occurs.
I think the goal is to transform ourselves to our higher selves.
I found it interesting the way Dawn expressed this. She would say, here is heaven. That's interesting, because then that suggests that here is our center of intention that comes down to action. But then she was also pointing to here in what she wanted done. So maybe this is our real center from where
Yes.
desires come. And then over here is like the central processing unit that
Yeah.
takes it out to our arms and wills it on earth.
Yeah.
With our
The roots are from the heart. Yes, the world within, you all are understanding. It's a world we still need to understand, but we can at least practice it, and you all are seemingly on that way. It was a good discussion, and the world within is probably worth exploring. I think, Jero, you will do very well with observation. Try it yourself. Let's see. And yes, what is important to you all? That's true. What is important to man? This is the truth, perhaps. And as she
Thank you.
mentioned, all these vain things around the world, some sports match going on, some foolish numbers, they're not important as much as what is most important. That is our experience, ourselves, this higher nature.
Thank you, Aaron. You have inspired me.
I have to ask Aaron, or is it Aaron?
Aaron,
Aaron. What if the man has his hopes pinned upon,
water.
he's taken all of the money that he's earned and he's bet it on a horse or on a soccer game, and with that money he thinks, oh, maybe it's a 1 in 32 chance. If I win, I can do all these wonderful things for my family and friends with all that money, not to mention himself. And he loses, or he wins. I mean, it could go either way, right? We don't know what the outcome is. What do we hitch our wagon to? What star are we going to attach to in order to ride along to that field of glory? If your soccer team wins, for instance, you may be excited for a few minutes and maybe have an afterglow that evening. But what's going to sustain you through this mortal coil and into the great beyond? Welcome back, Dom.
Welcome, Dominic, in Toronto, Canada.
I've been hearing you guys. How many observers are there?
1.
Are you
Oh.
sure? Are you sure?
2, 3.
It's got Russian dolls. When you know thyself, the self is the end of nowhere. Those are both programs. One's observing the other, but what's observing the observed? Then you realize there's a material world.
What my understanding is that we are more than the physical body. So the physical body is not just ourselves, that one who is speaking about.
The
Perhaps
language
the concept of a soul is better, but how many observers in the cell? In the sense, I think the most important distinction is that the physical body is a vehicle. We move
talking about
and we
physical.
command.
Right, I'm not talking about the physical. The fact that you're speaking with the language, that's the ego. That's the self. I had shared earlier, when you go to sleep, who runs your body? That's not your ego. Who runs the liquid when you're hearing each other? Who runs the water in your body? That's not you. You're still talking from an intellectual point of view, which is fine. But if you start becoming the observed and observing it by realizing, then where is language? Now you're using discernment. Where is the words that I've been conditioned with? You didn't create the vessel. You're the steward of the vessel. This is why when people say, I'm not the body, you're not even the thoughts. You get to experience them. And once you do, some people have gifts. They can actually play with words and they can see colors when they play musical instruments. Some people can astral travel. Now, when a person says, well, this or that, I'm like, but who is that? That's an inquiry from within. But person can say, okay, but I was in the vessel. Were you? It's an inquiry. You got to go inwards. Who's speaking at that point? And when I say speak, I'm not talking about verbal speech. I get the material part. Everything you look around is the material, heaven and earth, spiritual and material. You can use whatever words you want. As above, so below. You can use whatever words you want, but who gave us that meaningful language called English, or Sanskrit, which is a healing language, or Greek, which is a comprehension language? How do I know that stuff? Because I had to use discernment on that, because knowledge only gets you so much. The bright light is between the tree of knowledge and also the tree of life. How many people really want to earn that? What they want to do is they want to do practices. The word act is in the word practice or fact. Now, once you become aware of those things, now you have to ask yourself, what the fuck do I do with that? Sorry about my language, but what do I do with that? Is it anything about doing? Because people can meditate, they can fast for 40 days, and they might become discovered after 21 days. For some people, depending on their blood type, you start no longer having odor. Now I have to put in different blood types because not everybody are blood type O, where meat might be advantageous, let alone if the animal was killed out of honor, or people that are fruitarians, or people that fast long enough they can actually use their urine. Not everybody's designed the same way. This is why, does a person know how to steward themselves? Let alone the land. I'm talking from a hypocritical point of view, so go ahead, Rami.
Oh, you're muted.
You know, I've been on Zoom for, this is perhaps my 4th year, and I'm still making that mistake. Which just reminds me of Chesterton's quip about, it wasn't really a quip because he meant more of it. And it was on the topic of understanding in one of his published books, Compendium of Essays. But even that's a sidetrack. Let me get to the focus of this. I sometimes wonder, does God operate via algorithms? Now, what do I mean by that? We use algorithms, which are basically recipes. If you want to make a cake, these are the ingredients, these are the steps, this is what you'll need. Prerequisite, of course, is an oven. And electricity to power it, or maybe it's a wood oven or gas, you name it. Point is, a lot goes into baking a cake. And Carl Sagan, of course, says if you wanna make an apple pie, first you must create a universe.
Wow.
So you study chaos theory, and we've been able to make these wonderful pieces of art that are seemingly complex and yet beautiful at the same time, and they all come from a basic, simple set of rules. Maybe that's just our models, and we've amused ourselves with them. The real universe is infinitely more complex than human understanding will achieve total understanding of, at least within our lifetimes. We may create models and make believe that we understand the whole thing, but they did that by the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. They thought there was only 2, perhaps even 1 problem to solve, and then the entire thing would be understood. And then quantum physics happened and blew that whole sense of pride out of the water. And what we got as a result of that was this concept that the more you know in any given subject or field, it becomes almost like, oh, wow, I've graduated kindergarten and now I'm in the 1st grade and I thought I knew everything already. Apparently I didn't, because you only find out how infinitesimally small your actual understanding is in comparison to the universe. Not that we cannot understand, and not that in relative terms. All done underwater?
Everyone close. All done.
I've got
All done.
my son here who's on the spectrum, and I get every day to try to figure out what the heck is going on and how do I communicate with them.
All done.
And I thank God for this challenge, because it's like the greatest challenge in the world.
So do you think that the human race has degenerated to the point that scientists such as, well, mental scientists and philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle and the Buddha and Pythagoras, they were possibly more evolved than we are now? So we have devolved somewhat, and that's why we depend on artificial intelligence to help us do what they could do just by sitting there and thinking upon things.
Well, before anything else, I will want to say something, because I think it's about time. And the thing what I want to say is that perhaps the reason why human beings have this inbuilt instinct for God has to do with God being this ultimate source of, innovation, this everything. And the nature of things is so complex that if we humans try to, kind of try to make sense of everything, we kind of will just fall inevitably. And that's why there was this simple understanding which we used to have in the form of religion and in the use of spirituality. But people today in the modern world underestimate this understanding. And, the whole idea of why, we are meant to follow the ways of God, perhaps that actually gave us the understanding required how to go. So, for example, if you are a saintly person, you live a life, let's say you're like a hermit, you go away from civilization, you live a peaceful life away from the chaos of society. You sit there, you are in calm, you reminiscent, you remember God, you remember the prayers, spiritually fuel yourself, and that is a very peaceful life. You away from these complexities of the world, and perhaps the true nature of man in a sense, because what can the man really find with his 100 IQ is an interesting thing. And perhaps looking at it from a higher perspective, God, if you are in the shoes of God at the designer, then you see, well, I've created man, he cannot know everything, but the best he can go with be with my guidance. And the highest experience could be to experience myself. I am the ultimate truth. I reveal myself to him. Everything else is created. And this God is infinite intelligence. We don't even know what truly it is. We just simply understand. We probably don't need to know him in truth, because that will make our minds completely fuzzy. So I think perhaps why human beings have been godly has to do with probably more truth than today, because people now rebuke the idea of God because they say, oh, does not, it cannot be, it's like, does not feel right, this or that. It's so simple. Sometimes they say, the religion is simple and so forth. But probably the reason is because human beings are simple, that our understanding used to be simple. There is heavens, there is the spirit realm, there is the earthly realm. You are the soul, not the body, and so on and so forth. Very simple understanding, but very important. The moment you remove this, you end up in a world of chaos, like today. The scientists are puzzling. They don't know what to do because they cannot consider spiritual realm as any possibility. They just simply kick that out and they make their calculations and they're still confused. And we look at psychology. It has done a horrible work understanding ourselves. We are still, the mental trauma and the mental well-being has gone all the time low. Societal decay, and we can read the documents. And this probably is because of neglecting human spiritual nature. So this is the thing, I think. This simple understanding which kept the order is more true than this complex understanding we have today, which we presume, and it's all confusing and chaos. So I think probably the highest goal could be, as Dominic is having so many questions, it could be to attain this ultimate truth, which we call God. We don't know how truly it is, but this ultimate existence, perhaps to be away from the things of world and reach there. Isn't that the thing the saints used to do? Perhaps that could be the case, What good will quantum science do me? What good will the knowledge of atoms do me if I know not the source of all? And,
I so wish to retire from society, from social media that is keeping me obsessed in swiping here and scrolling there on my phone. And then I realized I haven't gotten anything done at work. What a waste of time. So I wish to retire from all this. Go ahead, Dominic.
I guess for me, guys, I don't seek truth. I seek honesty with myself. So I'm going to touch on about suffering. Suffering for me now, this is me talking. It's not about resistance to pain, about detachments to all my pleasures and comforts. So now I'm going to bring a bunch of characters, whether they exist or not. I'm going to bring Buddha in the room, Jesus in the room, even Socrates in the room. I'm going to find out in a short period of time if they're honest with themselves. Are they going to resist or be attached? Now I'm going to present to them the concept of lights, cars, internet, high rises. See, when they would either say, I'm going to resist all of that, I'm going to become a hermit again. I said, now you're doing resistance. Or they realize, how do I get attached? You become conditioned. We get conditioned while we're walking around with these cell phones. Not realizing, for some of us, what does radio frequency, because remember, we're in the age of Aquarius. Aquarius is about the air. In the air, we have radio frequencies. We have electricity. We also have Wi-Fi. What does that do to the hemispheres? Because the mind actually works through the gut. The brain is its own receivers. So now for most people, they're going to think suffering is about pain. I said, really? Are you fearful of death? Well, yeah. I said, have you ever experienced it? Well, no. I said, then why do you fear something you've never experienced? That's a weak mind. Now, they would have to be honest with themselves. Now, most people are going to they'll do things like defense and attack, or they'll say shit like, sorry about my language again, because I realize Rami has a child here, where they have self-awareness opposed to awareness of the self, self-love opposed to loving of the self. Once again, this is the person still caught up in the material. They might not talk material, but they're caught up in it. We all are. When somebody says, I'm not materialistic, I said, how do you eat that? How do you sleep? You're in the material, but you're not those things. You should be able to question those things. And other things you should question is reason, senses, feelings, not outwards, but inwards. I get it. We hear people quoting things, but we don't know their makeup. I can only believe a guy named Socrates existed because I never met him. But if I did meet him, I would have to know him first. And then I would have to have discernments. I would have to ask questions. What is your value on morality? Because I'm not seeing you doing it. So now I'm going to intellectually have a conversation with them. We put too many people above us when we realize the most they can ever be is equal with us. Quoting others when it comes from within is one thing, but quoting others when it's nothing to do, then you're just reading through somebody else's story, which is fine. Somebody has to start somewhere. I don't give a damn about the monks, because then I have to question, why do you wear purple and why do you shave your head? You're in another gang, which is fine. Same with any religion or state. Last time I remember, the number one dogma is commerce. Selling ideals is commerce. So whether or not a person says the Buddha teachings or the Hindu teaching, which are all great, they're all great. But at the same time, they can all be hindrance to oneself because everybody has their own makeup. Like I tell people all the time, I said, your parents teach you how to breathe? Well, no, I said, then they're not your teachers. When you eat your food, did they teach you how to break it down? Well, yes. So they knew a little bit about knowing that something else has to process all of that. Until a person fasts long enough and actually go inwards, not just long enough, just but go inwards and realize, well, then who the fuck am I? I said, you fast long enough, you realize how much you've been an addict. Until people are willing to probe that, and then they'll say shit like, well, I've been in this teachings. Really? Did your guru teach how to breathe? Well, no. Tell them to fuck off. Why? To see, sorry, Jaro, just to see how he reacts, to see whether or not he's developed emotionally. Because I'm just saying words, just for the sake of saying it. I'm not concerned about whether or not, because I'm the only person that's ever lived in my vessel. Same with everybody. I can only guess at this point, everybody else has lived in their vessel. But anyway, go ahead, sorry, Jaro.
Who am I? Who am I? And where am I? And what am I? And when I say I, where is that I? Is that the observer? And we can create artificial intelligence, but can we create artificial eyes? As in I, the letter capital I, the self, artificial observers. Can a machine have a soul?
Again, Jaro, you're deviating from you. You're deviating from you. You went now quickly to a machine. Do critical thinking at deducting what you just ask of yourself. Are you the body? Are you the hair that's dead outside of you?
They say that consciousness is the emergent property of neurons in the brain. So why can't we create artificial neurons that will, from it, emerge an artificial consciousness? And then what will happen next?
We already have that.
Well, as
Jaro.
for
Who's that?
Dominic mentioned about, I think the teachings of Jesus and Buddha, I just want to say had guided you. That's the point. I mean, when Jesus showed this is the way, we have to walk it and we have to experience it ourselves. It's not that, of course, everything will be told. You have to experience it as you walk the path. The path has been showed. That is the thing.
And that's why a lot of those teachers, even Socrates, they understood the written word. They never wrote nothing. They understood that's a dumbed down version. You can be inspired to write something, but you need the inspirations to comprehend it. This is why when it doesn't matter if it came out of a Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, whoever, you should be able to take any types of teachings and have discernment to it. I can't have discernment on a guy named Jesus. I can't have discernment on a guy named Buddha, Muhammad, Joan of Arc. They mean fuck all to me. The teachings is where I can have discernment. Unless you want to use your senses, and you see another person put their hands on their stove. I said, what did you learn today? I learned to protect my hand. I said, are you sure? What do you mean? Last week you just said you had frostbite. Did you learn nothing? Then the week before that, you didn't put any lotion. You burnt your hand. I said, did you learn anything yet? No, you didn't. We are attached to a lot of things unaware. That's why we keep coming back over and over and over again.
But
Now we
Dominic,
come-
my point here is that you're entering the realm of speculation. Speculation is different from what it is. Now, when I learned about the soul, I investigated and I found there is something as a soul. And
bring that
yes, you may be answering questions about who I am and so forth.
I'm not answering who you are. I'm not answering who you are. I'm not answering you at all. I'm just talking out loud. If you think whatever I'm my own student. So now if you communicated with the soul, the spirit, whatever you want to call it, if you want to share out loud, that's fine. The first time you think somebody else is posing it tells me you're not. I'm just sharing out loud. I could be full of crap, but I'm okay with that. Are you? This is why I say question oneself. It's not about questioning others, because that's a clever role. Smart to clever opposed to smart to wise.
Yes, but what is your implication? If you are, because I don't understand your approach. Surely teaching yourself is the way. I mean, that's what we all do. We are our own teachers. We learn ourselves. This is the purpose of life. Everybody learns themselves. And that's a good thing. But I don't understand what direction you're really going in. The clarity of your question. Your question needs to be proposed in a manner that others can understand. And for that, either you spend more time thinking about it, about how to frame this question well, or make it more coherent. What is your question? Because when we ask you, you have been speaking about I or they or observer, and whenever we want to engage with this observation, you're saying that's not it, that's not it. So where are you going with this?
I never said it's not it. I think you're projecting at that point, Rand. I never said any of those things.
What is your question?
I don't have any questions.
I have something to say.
Please share. If you have questions, share. I don't have questions.
I was just going to say that all steps that people make on their journeys is exactly the way, because we keep getting it confused. We keep thinking, it's wrong inference. We're putting our attention on the wrong thing and we keep doing it. But it's also, while we are doing that, which I'll describe in just a bit. Somebody's car alarm. But why, and I'll describe that in just a bit, but we keep doing it over and over and over, and that's what trips us up. It has been what's been tripping us up all along. It has to do with actions and doings, and we look at the person that's showing us the way, and we think, oh yeah, we need to eat like they eat, dress like they dress, have a family like they have. The way is the things that they're doing. Actually, it's the things that they're doing for themselves. Not you duplicate what they're doing, because the way is your own path. It unfolds as you go on the journey and make choices. It's just like that book when we were young, where on the first page,
I have to immediately go, sorry to interject, but Jero, remember the tip, you spoke about you will observe for the week. Try it. Let's see. It will be a great experience. All right. Have a good day.
All right.
Oh, you're leaving? Thank you,
I have to
Aaron.
go.
If you're leaving, thank you for joining us. I hope you come back.
Sure.
to inspire us.
Observe, try that experiment.
Okay, well, him doing that muted me. Oh no, it didn't mute me. I'm still talking. But anyway, yes, we make choices along the way, and that's exactly what it is. It's you making choices that would bring you into harmony with heaven, and heaven is here, and we are trying to bring heaven to earth. How do you do that? If we want peace, let's bring that to earth. That is having heaven on earth, peace, where you're in congruence. You are harmonic with life. And so we look at the doings and get confused and think that's what's supposed to happen. We need to be vegans. We need to do these things. No, we need to go on our journey and have peace until we find, I think what both of you have been saying is maybe we're looking for God, our creator. And if that's the way, then take it. We don't need to make a problem out of it.
That's interesting.
I think, Don, what happens is when we pose questions, if there is a question when it comes to outside things like AI, that's one thing. But when a person poses, how does AI affect oneself? You would hope that the person that's talking about themselves have done their work first. And this is why when I even heard Iran, I said, I never asked any questions. I'm not here to tell other people to be the observer. I already know I'm the observed, observing others, but I will pose ideals like the, what do they call it? Chinese doll. That's all that is. Those are metaphors. I'm not going to quote a guy's Socrates that nobody's ever met. There could be teachings, and once again, it doesn't matter if it came out of his mouth. If a person doesn't know how to have discernment, wisdom, there's a good chance they don't even have understanding yet. Most people will get caught up in knowledge. I read a book. I heard a story. There's people, I've even quoted people by telling them, I said, some people are wise beyond their age, and then there's other people that are wise because of their age. Some people have to learn wisdom by doing things over and over again. Other people say, I don't have to do it. This is the world we're in, where a person will reveal, I'm caught up in the material. That's the only way I'm going to learn, which is fine. You know, and I say fine, it's a fine line, because you can step over that anytime you want. But once you start thinking, I'm a monk, I'm a priest, I'm a this or that, I said, it's kind of Rami's description, you know, you learn kindergarten, now you're in grade 1. But now what you're doing is, if you don't have a open enough, receptive mind, that, okay, now leave the kindergarten back. If not, you're going to attach yourself. Now you're going to drag that into grade 1. And then now when you go to grade 2, you're going to bring grade kindergarten and 1 with you. And this is all the conditionings. Now, those should pose questions when I'm sharing out loud. I'm not going to ask a person directly, how do you see life? It's of no interest to me. And I say that out of sincerity, not out of silliness or seriousness, because that's theirs to experience. Because if I start telling them that, then I'm also be clever and say, well, then I'm also going to tell you, you're going to be a master, you're going to be a slave. I don't value that stuff. I personally don't value it. Now, could I have been conditioned to be in those situations? Yes, but it still doesn't mean I'm valuing it. A lot of people do what they do because it's out of obligation or duty. It's not doing it because it's out of love. Because if it truly is, you'll know when it's out of love. You know, you do, Don, you share out loud. I appreciate that. You know, but we can entertain ideals like even Jarbo, when you're talking about who am I or whatever. But once you start bringing the analogy of an AI, a computer, there might be similarities, but that would be under the premise that you know yourself. Because, go ahead, sorry, Don.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I forgot I'm on Hyros. So I'm always on. But yeah, no, I agree. But I believe what keeps happening for us is we keep trying to tell each other the correct way. We're trying to help them. But what happens is it becomes an injury to them, because in reality, it's their way always lead to the correct way. Because they have to, it has to unfold for them when they're ready. And here's an example. I have another one that it keeps happening for me now that I'm aware. And so I will catch reality unfolding for me. And I had the questions. So there's this show called Mr. Robot. It may be insignificant to others, but I had it on my view list years ago. I never brought interest to it really at the time. I thought it's something I might be interested in, but I really wasn't getting the previews, and it became unimportant. Awesome. Yes, it's a great show. And then I watched it, and then I was so confused in the beginning. And this is just recently. This all just happened in the last few weeks. And I think I got up to maybe episode 6 or 7, and something turned on for me, and I freaking got it. I said, "Oh my gosh!" Started rewatching it from the beginning, and I got it. Awesome show. And I realized if I had started watching it years ago, it would have ruined it for me because I was not ready. I didn't even comprehend any of the language that they were speaking. I wasn't ready. And had I pushed myself, and some people are like that, if it's on your list, you got to watch it. And I go by a feeling, what pulls to me? And at that time, if I had forced myself to watch it, I would have ruined it because I didn't understand it at that time. Now I get it. And so everything unfolds exactly when it's supposed to, when you're ready. So when people say, if you want to be like me, you got to do these things, it's bullshit because it doesn't work for you the way it worked for them, because things unfold for them the way it should for them.
So what have we learned today? There's 3 major keywords, I would say. The way, observer, and may I introduce the observed, but then the observer and the observed, they cannot be separated. So somehow they're one is one side of the same coin, the other's the other side. So we mentally, for our intelligence to comprehend, we may say, okay, this is the observer. I imagine, or I have deluded myself into thinking that I observe willfully. Maybe the objects outside me are distracting me, and so they're willfully influencing what I want to observe. And then there's the observed. And so there's, if I understand correctly, the idea of Advaita Vedanta. So Vedanta means the end of the Vedas. In Hinduism, they're huge catalog of knowledge that they've gathered in scriptures. They're called the Vedas. And then Vedanta means the end of the Vedas, and they're super dense and philosophical and scientific. So the Vedantas, they came up later, and then they're like as highfalutin as whatever Plato, Socrates, or Aristotle said. And so they say that then there's 2 kinds of ways of looking at things. There's the Dvaita, that means 2, dual, Dvaita. And then there's Advaita. Means non. So like ahimsa is non-violence, himsa is violence. So Advaita means non-dual. That means that the observer and the observed are inseparable. It's non-dual. So if we live that way as the way, then we will be enlightened, or at least maybe get less confused.
Well, what's in your mind or in your heart, let these be congruent with what you're doing or manifesting on earth.
Congruent. That's another interesting keyword.
I can say something, Gerald. Tell me if it resonates with you or not. When you hear words like self-aware, self-love, self-help, or aware of the self, loving the self, or helping the self, which one resonates with you?
Loving the self.
Okay, which one do you say out loud? Do you say self-love, or do you say loving the self?
Oh, self-love.
Okay, so you're the program now. You're not the observer of it. When people start talking, you can actually resonate by listening within, and it says that person he's leading from the ongoing program. Aware of the self is the knower of the self. That's the other program. This is why people say lower self, higher self. They're both programs. We're not those things. This is why I say there's many observers. Another movie, Don, because I know Jaro likes to talk about it, and it gives you a little bit of a scope on how the American-Russian government works. It was House of Cards.
Hmm.
I
You should-
watched both the British and the American. I like
Yeah.
them.
I'll have to watch the British one because really they show you exactly what a lot of the governments do. You know, they do it openly. I get no different when people speak openly. They just don't, they're not realizing, they're not observing what they're saying before they say it. So when people say, I'm about self-love, you know, self-love is actually about pride. That's like saying, I love your app is saying, I'm the strongest one. I said, you're just an app. What about the hard drive? And then behind the hard drive, what's the electricity and the Wi-Fi? This is why when they talk about know thyself, who's the self and who's the knower? I know it's a tough concept because we've all been conditioned from each other. Our parents teach us in certain cultures to wear a mask. Think about women in Hinduism. They teach us to wear a tie. They teach us how to drive a car. Can you imagine the Buddha being conditioned all those ways? He was taught in the ways of royalty, but he was always curious about why his mother died. So that's what kept him alive. If not, he would have been just another prince becoming a king. And even that, question the whole idea. Who gave humanity the right to have kingship over each other?
Hmm.
We still do it today. Oh, we have the Pope. We have the Dalai Lama. Nobody's supposed to have that authority over us, even in the guidance sense.
So
But hey.
self-love, that's an interesting word in itself, or that can generate another topic or two, countless hours, because you also connected that to pride. So by me generating self-love, I will feel proud of myself, and I can go out into the world feeling confident that I have control of what I'm doing.
Gerald, the energy of love is unconditional. Everything that we usually do, everything that we do is conditional. So for somebody to say that they're loving themselves, that's conditional. Now I'll give you an example what maybe it could be unconditional, and even that is not ours to own. A child sees their parent loving another person's child. The child of yours observing it is feeling the energy called love. Outside of that, loving your own child, that's obligation and duty. That's not love. Anybody would do that for their own kids. That's not a big, even enemies do that to each other. It's when you observe it. It's like the energy of truth. That's why I'm seeking honesty with myself. Truth is his own energy. People can say the word, no different. We can say the word morality. That's an intellectual conversation. A lot of things I'm talking about is very intellectual. This is why when people say, well, question things, well, I'm talking from, or they'll say things like, well, how can I practically use it? I said, last time I remember, we're using a device that the only thing we could do is see and hear each other. We can't taste each other. We can't touch each other. It's the limitation. That's what devices like telephones do, and Wi-Fi, and not Wi-Fi, computers and all that. It limits our senses. But even if it is, you should be able to still question the senses, not others. That's a waste of energy. Go ahead.
Unconditional expressions of love.
It's an energy, Jaro. That's all it is.
Unconditional, as in I have expressed it without fear, giving it away, without the condition that if I give you love, I expect you to give me back love.
It's not love then at that point. I'll give you an example. Air is offered to everybody. Me and Don and you could be in a dark room plotting some criminal activity. Air's still there. Me and Don and you could be in a room trying to help another human being. Air's still there. That's unconditional energy. Humans think that they can go to the moon. I said, how are you going to bring energy there? How are you going to bring air there? This is the game that we play. We're literally in what some people might call prison suits, and we have prison guards over top of us. We might have done something in another realm to reward this for us. Think about the word reward, again, ward. But each their own. You know what I mean? Once you're aware of certain things, it's only fun. For me, it's only fun, not devious and all that. It's fun because people will fight about their shade of their color, but I mean, I'll ask them, what color is your blood? You know, or they'll worry about their gender. You know what I mean? I said, okay, so which one are we talking about? The Asian genders, you know, the women there or the women here? You know what I mean? That's, again, that's the ego. The ego, not because it's a bad thing. The ego's in the wrong place. It shouldn't be first. Aware of the self, aware of the ego. Because as we're talking with each other and hearing each other, that's the ego. That's the program. AI will never have that ability. It just can't have that ability. And even that, they still need something to build the program. In this case, the program and the computer, and then get all of us to have devices in us, whether they implanted it in our skins or whatever. It is what it is. They're already implanting things in us, and we do voluntarily. We're eating cardboard and food, which is fine. You know, we put technology like this in front of us that could harm us. Diodes from the LED lights, it does things to our brains. Now, whether or not there's few people saying that information, but then we'll quote somebody after it's 1,000 years later and say, well, this is what Buddha said. Then we'll quote some guy saying, well, this is what diodes were doing. Unless you go inwards, and it's not about changing anything.
This
I get
is
it.
wonderful.
It's always wonderful. Sorry, guys.
Dominic, this is wonderful. When I listen to you, I go into different realities. It's like I'm on some kind of drug.
A drug, elusive drug. Sorry, guys. I've actually I'm trying to break a fever, by the way.
What?
It's taking me here and there, and it's saying, "Oh wow," and I wonder, and I say, "Wow," and then Aaron came in, and maybe 40 minutes ago, or no, we were just in here, and he expressed something that says, wow, I've never thought of it that way. Like it said, he was talking and he threw in the word of kind of defining God as being infinite intelligence. And I said, wow, infinite.
But once again, it could be. It could be. Again, everything is perhaps possibility, you know, a light to you, you know, I get it. We have to come back or be in this realm. There's many variations of what we call reality, but then there's some people, it's like they say my way or the highway. I said, your way came from the highway. So you're just going to live by one way. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Fuck off. You know, there's the many ways out there. I choose to see the variations of way. I don't see all the ways. It's like when somebody said, Dom, I see the big picture. I said, I'll share a couple of details. If you're not aware of those, then you're just talking out loud, which is fine. A lot of us, that's what we do. I'm still seeking. I'm here yapping for the sake for myself. Other people could turn around and say, well, but what happened if people are convinced by you? I said, well, then they're weak-minded. That's for them to learn, not for me.
And then I thought about God as infinite intelligence.
Yeah.
And then I imagined that it covers the whole universe and other planets and other beings there.
Mm-hmm.
And then those other beings would have to come up with their religions and their idea of sin and being good or bad and heaven and hell.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you an example. It took them a short period of time to get, which the word Greek and pandemic in Greek means all people. It took a short period of time to get the majority of human beings wearing a mask. Okay. But at the same time, there's so many other things that are going on. They can get a whole bunch of Muslims to go to Mecca. They can get a whole bunch of people going to the Vatican. They can get a whole bunch of people lining up to vote. The conditioning's already in there. I'm not introducing anything where somebody said, well, Dom, you're trying to convince somebody. I said, I'm not trying to convince anybody. If anything else, how do you share with other people that you've been in an occult all your existence? Try to share with your parents that are Christians not to be a Christian and why they do all those practices. Try to share with somebody that's a Muslim, why do women have to wear a mask? Try to explain to a person that's an American, you're the race for the human race, not for a particular piece of land. That's all conditioning. And if people don't realize that, what they're doing is they're talking from within a paper bag, and they're thinking for some reason they're outside of the paper bag. So they're inside the Plato's cave within a paper bag now. They're not even in the Plato's cave. Somebody's
Yes.
telling them that they're in a paper bag within the Plato's cave. Dare not ever be outside of that Plato's cave and then go back to your fellow human being and say, listen, there is more out there in the light than this what you think it is. Oh, no, Dom, there's no way you could be talking about, do you have any questions to give me? I said, questions? I have no fucking questions to give anybody. And if I have any questions, it'll be for me.
Mhm.
Because
Yes.
a lot of people, sorry, Dr. Jaro, a lot of people already follow dogmas. It's
Yeah.
not a challenging thing to change their mind. It's already changed. Sorry about that.
And then a dogma I might follow would say that God is omniscient.
Mhm.
That could be the same as infinite intelligence, and that God is all powerful, that he could do this and then do that. But then there's the conflict that if God can create the heaviest stone, so heavy that he couldn't lift it, then that would be a contradiction, because he's all powerful, then he could lift it. But then if he created a rock that is so heavy that he couldn't lift it, then that would destroy God.
Could be, Jim. Could be.
We create what God is for us, for ourselves. And
Yes.
that's what makes him omnipotent or omniscient. And I say him, but it's just a word. We attach
be a
the
her.
meaning. It could be a her, but we
It is.
attach the meaning. That's why what everybody says it is exactly what
Or
it
it
is.
could be an algorithm.
But we fight over it, which is the distraction, which
God
is the
could
sin.
be an algorithm.
Could be an
Well, what about the possibility that electricity and Wi-Fi is what we call God? I'll give you the example. You have the mind and you have air. You don't see the mind and you don't see air. The computer will not work without electricity, and it cannot function without Wi-Fi. Now you could do a direct line, as you might be saying. So God could be maybe what we call air, prana, chi. It could be, or it could just be God saying, I will leave you something. I'll leave you my energy. Could be, but to manifest it or thinking that, okay, well, God has to come in a certain form, that's a materialistic view. Yeah, well, our God is not white, he has to be black. Well, first of all, white and black's for magic, it has nothing to do with human beings' color of their skin. Until people understand that, they're going to be being led by somebody that orchestrates that crap. So, but once again, but she's a female. Once again, you're playing a game. Us bringing God down to our awareness, opposed to leaving it open and saying, I don't know what God is. You can use the word alien, reptilian, source, God, Buddha, Yahweh, whatever.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Exactly. I say that because how many more words do we need? Where certain people say, I don't use that many words. I say, because you're constrained in only one religion, or you're constrained in one teachings. I'm trying to entertain many things. Only thing I told myself when I decided to study state and religion as a Roman Catholic was when I realized all the shit that humans do within it. I said, I will never, ever fucking join another group again, but I will study them all. I will not become a fucking Hebrew. I will not become a Christian. I will not become a Muslim. I will not become a fucking ism, but I will study them. I will show the respect. I will show the respect that it deserves, but not the humans. The being part, yes, humans have done enough fucking shit that they don't deserve it. Now, and then people become aware of that. Who's going to defend the poverty that humans have, the wealth that humans have, the people that feed the wealth of human have, how women get treated, how children get treated. Now, not to take away the fact that we do music and all this other stuff. Now, people say, but we create all this technology. Said that's up for debate still. I don't think humans are that smart. You know, think about Jaro. You were sent into the military. For what purpose? To grow crops? My dad had to do that. It was cheap labor. But you were put in those situations just under the premise, if there was ever a war, you would have to fight another human being in another part of the world to defend something else. What does that really say? Because you have a mother Somebody in another part of the world has a mother. The ones that actually orchestrate all that stuff, they're generational wealth. Their kids never joined military. And if they do, they're in positions that they're never going to be in harm's way. Now, like in the old days, the king used to fight. Why? Because he made promises. And if he dies, he doesn't have to keep the promises. So it was a win-win for him. But hey, we're still here. This is where humanity's evolved or devolved. And if people aren't going to inquire from within, then what I'm sharing then is myself, always sharing to myself, which I'm okay with still, because I got to hear my crap.
And then when we say artificial intelligence,
Mhm.
we are suggesting that there is natural intelligence already that we're aware of that helps us survive like in all kinds of natural situations. And then we build computers, machines that we install something that is supposed to help us in our natural intelligence. So we call that kind of intelligence artificial because it's really not doing it by itself. We've programmed it and we give it input and it gives us output. So garbage in gives us garbage out. So that's why the internet is full of centers of artificial intelligence and we're feeding it garbage. And so we're getting out garbage and it's messing up our lives.
It could be. Jaro, I give an example. Back in the days when they used to write books with, papaya or whatever the paper they used to use, you could take that information, that book, throw it in nature, it would go back into nature. Today, if you take your cell phone, your computer, your car, and you throw it in nature, how does nature process that? So it's all artificial. It's all artificial. Excuse me. The
It would
plastic.
take a few centuries, maybe millennia for it to decompose.
Yes, but if nature was designed certain parts of it to process it sooner than later, we put harm in its way. So we have devices that we create are all artificial. A plane's artificial. The noise that the plane makes up in the sky is kind of like the noise a boat makes when it goes across a body of water, which is okay to a certain point, but it does have effects. This is why I said we are in the age of Aquarius. Aquarius is about the air. This is why we have information this time, because there's no way people can use, there's no way I couldn't know. I said, no, you live in an age that you should be able to know. Hopefully down the road, you can actually use wisdom and understanding. And there is people that are wise. Dawn is a wise person. She doesn't have to go around boasting that, but I can hear her in her voice when she says certain things. So you are, Jaro, too, but you play the gesture sometimes. But I get it. You do ask questions, whether it's out of sincerity, cleverness, but you do ask questions. It's still the other person's responsibility to discern what value does it bring to me, regardless of how that was presented to me. This is why some people get upset. Well, I don't like the way you're talking, Tom. I said, I'm just testing to see whether or not you're fucking developed. It's like speed dating. I want to know in a short period of time if this is a worthy relationship we're going to have here. What do you mean? I said, not all times do I fail myself reading the room.
What is a question? How does one formulate a question that is worth asking?
Well, it's an inquiry. A person can inquire. It depends if it's a self-inquiry. I want my kids to be healthy. I want to get a job. Well, that's a self-inquiry. That's for the ego, and then there's other questions, how can I be a better service to humanity? Then that'll help the self too, because it'll turn on and say, well, you have to learn how to be of service to yourself first. Again, those are all inquiry. This is why we have concept of prayer, peace, and meditation. Prayer, inquiry, peace, silence. When somebody says, peace be upon you, I said, silence be upon me? Yes, but can I still be talking when I'm in silence? Yes, I can. Because the ego can still talk, but it's hearing something or listening from within. This is why when you're in the presence of certain people, there's an energy to them.
Meditation is listening to God. Prayer is talking to God, I've heard.
It could be, but you might be talking to one of your observer. You could be talking to your knower. What happened? Okay, here's an example. What happened if it's a physical ailment going on in your body and your knower is there, the one that runs your body? You ever notice when you have a cold and then you go to sleep, you don't have the sniffles anymore? Because there's two different things going on. The conscious state is lesser than the subconscious state. This is why I said, Jaro, when people want to, if they have the ability, they can go to sleep listening to information. They'll take way more at nighttime than they could when they're awake.
I
Same.
do it all the time.
Yeah.
That's my miller every night. I sleep information.
The body, oh, hey,
What happened? What happened?
body,
Tyra,
where's my Zoom? We got notifications in the way. Let's see. The body, where's my Zoom? Oh, there, I'm back. We're back. The body never lies. The body just gives us information, signals of pain. Although you could lie because our decision based on that information could lead us astray. For example, after I eat, I keep eating because I don't wait a half an hour to for the signal to change from I'm full, from I'm hungry to I'm full. So I keep eating, and then after a half an hour, I've eaten too much. But now it says I'm full now. So the signals from our body are pretty as good as they can be. So we should kind of trust those signals, but we have to figure out what do they mean.
well, if I could say something real quick, Dom, just to counter what Jairo's saying, I had an experience this past week with eating a hot dog. So I had determined some time ago that this processed meat was not good for me. So I spent, I think, more than a year away from it. And so just recently I went back to try hot dogs. So when I was eating the hot dog on a bun, it was a delicious bun. But what happened to me shocked me right away. That I bit the hot dog. First I inhaled the fragrance and I smelled it. And I tasted the fragrance, bit into it, and it tasted like I had mustard. I had no mustard. It was plain. So my something filled in a flavor that wasn't there. I tasted it and I smelled the mustard.
What?
And it was not there. I did not have.
Maybe they put an ingredient of mustard, something.
No, I think it's how we work. I think we fill in things, our body, so not always can the body be trusted is my point, because we fill in things, from what I understand, visually as well. We partially see something and our minds fill in the rest for us. And so take another look and you realize, oh, it's not exactly what I thought. It's slightly different.
Like if you're in a dark alley and there's a rope on the ground, and you get enough light to see the figure that's shaped like a snake, you might jump in fear and say, oh my gosh, there's a snake there. But then there's more light and it was just a rope.
I guess I can share
the idea of a snake onto that rope.
If I can share, Jaro, the vessel and the earth are the same.
That's what
this is why I say we're supposed to be the stewards of them. So now the body never lies. Its sole purpose is to serve. Now, what it will do, and I think, Don, you just experienced it. I'll give you my story, and that happened to me years ago, where same with the land, it will spew out things that doesn't serve. So, for example, when a person, for me, when I wanted to become vegetarian, because I was reading the biblical story, I was getting at a point where my energy was elevating, and it gets faster. Most people that are meat eaters or whatever, that's a very low energy, a slower energy. This is why in biblical stories, when they talk about not to eat pigs, because the people, it was the whatever gods were speaking to those people, they were in the presence of a high energy. It wasn't for everybody else. The mind, in this case, not the mind, the animal part of us, it's about feelings. So when we eat animal contents, it's usually about more of our feelings, which is fine. You know, some people can process food, meat more than others. But if you're trying to elevate your energy, you're not going to get it with that. So now for me, it was, me and my wife did some of it 15 years ago, about 20 years ago. And I was cooking some sort of, was burger, but I think there was some blood in it and it just repelled. And I knew at that point, that was it. I'm no longer going to be a meat eater. Now I had my other issues and I had to do a lot of fasting to do that. Years later was my carb addictions, you know, with my insulin going up and down. But that was me being around a woman, in this case, Judith, that could break it down for me. Outside of that, I would have to be very scholarly and read a lot of books on that kind of stuff. No offense to scholarlies, but I don't think I would have been a scholar because eventually I fall asleep when I read books. But again, I got to an energy where I wasn't suited to accumulate information that way. That's why I don't denounce somebody that reads books, but it's how they perceive it and what they get from it. For some people, they literally read it for what it is. No different people hear it the way that it is. They might use their imagination or whatever, and that's great too, right? Because, you know, you can have discernment even with somebody else's imagination. Is it real or not? Again, that goes back, what variation of reality we're talking about. So until we understand what steward is, most people are going to say, but I want to own land. I said, well, there's your error. You don't own nothing in this life form. You're a steward of the land. Now, have I abused my vessel? Fucking right. Sorry, my language. Yes, I have. And I still do it. And I probably will continue doing it. But if I can chip away at it and, you know, because one thing is to, you know, get a personal instructor and help me, you know, become healthy and all that. But once I no longer have that person around, I go back to my old ways. Then whose energy did I really waste? Everybody.
Thank you, Dominic. You inspire me to read a book, reading it out loud, because when I read silently, after 3 or 4 paragraphs, I might get distracted and say, oh my gosh, what was I reading? I lost track of, I don't know what I read. I don't understand it. So I have to go back to the beginning and read it again. But, and then when I read out loud, I also don't quite get it because I'm reading and then at the same time I'm reading it, maybe I have to look ahead to see how to read it. And then there's a comma here and a comma there. Maybe that means I have to pause. And then maybe the author could have put a comma here. And I say, oh no, if I read this, I should pause where there's not a comma to get it right. And then I have to read it all over again. And so I struggle reading and even reading out loud, because reading out loud, I'm focusing on how to say it. And then when I say it and I say, oh, wait, what was he saying? So when I read, it takes me a long time to finally get what that person was saying, especially it's very philosophical and they're dense. But then maybe if something is like a story form, how I get it, it's easier. But I'm going to try reading out loud to see how, oh, maybe, you know what? I'll probably read out loud and record it, then listen to me reading it. And then I'll say, wow, I didn't, when I was reading it, I didn't catch that. And now that I'm listening to it, I catch it and it makes more sense. Yeah, I guess reading something several times brings up new ideas.
You're building a path at that point. I think, Donna, I forget the words you were using. There's a chattering of the mind. I think I could be wrong the way you quoted it, where when you actually read things, when you're in the waking state, you still have to entertain the conditioned sight. Same with your touching and all that kind of stuff. But if you choose to go to sleep, put on headphones and hear the same books that you're reading in a podcast form, your subconscious will say, good, fuck, your eyesight's are finally asleep. It's going to distract us. Because think about when you read a book in a park, you're quickly looking at a bird, you're looking at a person on a bike. Are you truly there? This is why for some people, it works the other way too. When a person's always hearing things, then they're eventually going to have to use their sight. So for us, we've been bombarded so much with our sight in so many ways. Even when people read a book, they're getting caught up in the touching process. Got to flip the page over and think about instead of having a scroll in the old days, now they have from left to right, right to left. They're really messing with the hemispheres. So this is why when you go to sleep, and Don, you could probably relate to this. You wake up and then next thing you know, you're having a conversation with a whole bunch of people. Where the heck did I get all that information from? It's like, Jaro, I've told you before, there's some people, I can't do it, but some people can literally put a book underneath their pillow and they can comprehend that information. Why? Because if that book was inspired to be written and somebody was just a vessel, then therefore whoever inspired to write all of that can do the same thing. Think about what Muhammad was all about. Yes, like think about when they talk about Muhammad. Muhammad was illiterate, and the story about Gabrielle said, "I can bring information through anybody."
Incredible.
Just to prove points, But again, the wisdom can come through babes.
Yes.
But most people want knowledge, which is fine. Don't get me wrong, Jaro. All the books you have, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have done podcasts. You could probably walk around all the time, and be in a meditative state. But hey, that's how you want to perceive it. Even the idea you're saying, record your own voice.
Now I'm going to have to go here shortly because I'm going to that Asian market.
She's gonna kick me out.
You got to go. No, I'm joking.
Go hang out with each other. Go hang out. Go to the Asian market with her.
Oh, where is it?
You want to go with us? It's let's see. Let me see the name of the road. Continental.
Have fun, Gyro. Don seems like a nice person. If I was in Florida, I'd be hanging out with Don.
Oh.
Yes.
Let's see. Something continental.
Asian market. I like. Let's see. Asian. I like when I go to Chinese restaurant. I sometimes order the broccoli with garlic.
Hey, maybe you can find some Asian karaoke records.
Or some Asian girls, because just
Some Asian girls.
last time you were.
Jaro doesn't need a girl.
Yes,
Jaro needs a woman, not a girl.
Got into Facebook dating, and there's a lot of Asian girls, but I think it's a communist Chinese plot to take over the world. Because
Too late.
they
It's already
all
done.
say the
It's
same
too
thing.
late. It's already done. It's too late. It's already done. There you go. You're going to be a minority.
Vietnam, I think,
That's okay.
or Korean War in the Philippines as well.
Hey, regardless of what nation rules, there's always going to be chaos on top of chaos. Humanity is, we're a funny species that way. If a whole bunch, and I'd be all for it, if women started ruling the world openly, forget about privately, openly, I think we would still have chaos. We would still have chaos.
Yep. Well, if you, the movie, that show, the Mr. Robot was showing us that even with a woman ruling, and there was a woman, she wasn't necessarily ruling the world the way we would think, but she was manipulating things and she was pretending to be a man, just like Mulan. So I thought that was very interesting. So, but yeah, this world is exactly what we make it if we want it to be.
Now, whether or not there's outside interference, that's another story, but we should still take accountability for our own actions, whatever that may be. Somebody could turn around and say, I'm a saintly person. Okay, are you going to try to change the guy over down the street that's a criminal? Well, if you do, then you're just as bad as him then. Each their own, right? Like some people steal and there's reasons why they steal. There's other people, they want to be helpful to other people because they feel as though they're burning karma. Okay.
Whatever floats your boat, let's do it. Kind of thing.
And now, Don, we're on a boat already.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself, Jaro. If you're there, why not? How far are you away from home?
I will consider going where Dawn is going. She's going to the Asian market to meet friends.
On Colonial Drive.
And,
Remember that.
and
30
what?
minutes, 23 minutes from here.
They'll take you in as their own. Their friends will like you.
Plug in the address and drive over there and meet you
Enjoy.
there.
All right.
Done.
So
Enjoy yourself.
this was another good session. Yay, Dawn came back. Don't stay away for too long, Dawn.
I do have to share with you, Don, as far as my cat actually that's the one that passed away. It was Buffy. So it still hurts, but it's part of life.
Yeah.
It's part of life. And I've been struggling. I've been doing everything in my power
Wow.
not to be the foul mouth I can be. When Robbie's
Wow.
wife said something to me, I know I could be very
Buffy?
cruel, so I kept my mouth shut.
Buffy the cat went
passed away.
on to cat heaven.
I like to
or-
think she
or
went to another
reincarnated
realm.
as a dog.
I see a bunch of birds here, so she could be one of the birds. So
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
I think that's a beautiful way to receive that.
Mm.
Love you, Dom.
same with you, Don. Same with you, Jaro. Say hi to your mom for me, Jaro,
Love
by
you,
the way.
Dom.
And I've been thinking about you and your sweet wife. Hope she's doing well too.
She's still struggling with the medical system is playing games with people here
Oh.
in Canada.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is what it is. It is what it is. But she's doing her own part of trying to be healthy, but some of it will be surgery. And unfortunately,
Wow.
to get to that point, you figure in Canada where, well, we actually pay for it with the medical coverage we have, but it's changing ever so slightly too.
Yes.
Oh no.
Well,
Yes.
it is. You guys are from America. You know how it is. Either you can afford it or you can't, right?
Mhm,
You know,
mhm.
and in a twisted way, even though it might serve us here, I'm all for what you can afford, because what it does is, especially if we're conditioned at a young age, it will teach you to be healthier, right?
Oh.
You know, because it does make us lazier if we know, oh, somebody will take care of us. As you know, I was talking to a gentleman the other day there. How does a wife accept the fact that her husband's going to smoke most of his life?
Mm.
What is she supposed to do if she says, but I have to take care of you when you're sick later on in life? So
We're gonna get home.
okay, enjoy yourself. Ciao, Jaro. Ciao, Don.
Hi, Dawn.
Thank you, Dom,
Okay. Ciao,
for
guys.
inspiring us. So we're off to, where am I? Oh, here, we're still here. So I'm off to the Asian market where I will meet Dawn again. She's going to go in her vehicle, I suppose, and I'll go in mine,
Or we go.
and we'll meet up there and explore the Asian market. So I'll pull up my Google Maps and type in the address.
Yes. Bye, everyone.
So I will type it in. What is it?
You want to use address or the name? Address is 3191
3191
West Colonial Drive.
West Colonial Drive. Directions. So I could, wow, pretty far. I could take the 408, that's a toll road, or I could take 50. Maybe I'll take the slow scenic route, 50. Let's see if I can change it to this. Yes, so it'll take 32 minutes, maybe a little longer, and I'll save 4% gas that way.
I'll give you your, yeah, that
Yeah.
way's fine.
There.
Just
So I'll take University Boulevard going west, and then I'll have to take a left down one of those roads to connect me to 50. The 50 is the state U.S. state route way of saying Colonial Drive.
Oh,
Oh,
you ready to go?
somebody's joining us. Let's see. Not really.
All right.
Let's see. Oh, it's Vinci. Joel in Canada is joining us.
Hey, Joel.
Let's see if he's there.
Good morning, Dawn. Are you guys together?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Isn't that nice? You're like in real life.
Oh, there he is.
Yes, in real life.
And,
What do you
and there's
think
two of you?
Yes.
Wow, we're in the same room.
And you're on the same Zoom screen.
Yes.
She
Holy
stayed at the
smokes.
Hampton Inn Suites Inn near University of Central Florida.
Wow, what's doing there? What's happening in the university?
Nothing. Hyro just came down and had breakfast and was filming from our meeting from here. And then I was just going to meet at there's an Asian market, a giant one. And I wanted to go and see it. My sister is going to meet me there with her family, and Hyro's going to join me.
Oh, isn't that nice? Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that you guys have met in real life.
Wow,
I'm going
isn't that
I'm going to
amazing?
meet my cousin later today. I haven't seen her for probably a couple of years now, but
Your cousin? Your cousin? You have a cousin?
I have a cousin. Yeah.
Is the only cousin that you have, or do you have others?
Oh, I think I have others, but I seldom see the others.
And does that cousin live near you?
She does, not too far, but we're on different time schedules and different lifestyles and all that, so we don't always get a chance to see each other, but we're going to get together at a local restaurant and have a visit for the first time in quite a while.
Wow, that's good. That's amazing. For
So
having seen
who else
her
was here?
in years.
Come on, Hyro, we gotta go.
So who else
Okay.
is here? No one else is here. We have a huge crowd earlier this morning. We had first we had Rami and Don, because I barely woke up a little late and got going, and then I found out that Don was in town, so I drove all the way to meet her while still holding the meeting.
Good for you.
And
Okay.
the topic was artificial intelligence, knowledge, God, the self, all kinds of wonderful stuff. And we had a new fellow, I think he's been there before, Aran, Aran. Maybe he's from India or something like that.
Oh yeah, he's from Hyderabad.
Oh, that's Hydra good. That, Oh.
Okay, guys, you go ahead. I'm gonna let you go. Have a nice day.
Bye, Joe.
no, you don't have to
I
go
got-
right away. You can
Yeah, I
hang,
do.
okay, then you have to go. Thank you for dropping by. And
Have
you
a
got to
nice
see
day.
Don and Hyro
Say
together
hello.
for the first time. A historic moment.
Say
They wake up and
hello to your
think
sister,
history.
Dawn.
Hey, Joe.
Bye,
I get
Joe.
to experience it in real life now.
Did I forget anything? Let's see if I got everything. I think I got everything,
Oh,
and I got 54%.
okay. Oh, good. You got charged up.
Wow, this is wonderful. Look, that's Don right there, and that's Hyro.
Usually I
Right.
don't like to be on the camera.
Usually she doesn't like to be at the camera. This is scary. She might become world famous,
Oh, no.
a personality. She might be. Think not.
No. I don't want to be famous, please.
Don't want to be famous. All these fans bother you.
I don't want to mean. That made me
Become a meme.
mean.
Gonna be mean. Not a meme. Get distracted from all this social media. Ugh, they pester me. They keep bugging me. They keep saying, "So where are you now?"
Oh, they are? Are they?
Notification. So where are you? So how come you're always busy working? They say.
Oh, this smells good.
What's that smell? Cleaners? Wow, they're cleaning. Wow. Wow. Oh, oh, nice hotel. Wow. Nice big room. How much did it cost you?
I don't remember. I want to say maybe 120.
Wow, maybe next time you can stay at Rami's place. I don't think I have room in my place.
Okay. All right, so you're gonna go that way. I'm parked here.
Oh, I'm parked there.
Okay, I will see you there.
I got the route, and I just have to. I already started it, and I'll be there in about 35 minutes.
All right, see you
Or unless I stop somewhere to get gas, then it'll be then it might be longer. And then I'll oh, I have your phone number. Yes. Okay. See ya. Let's see. Okay. Now I'm going to the Asian market. It shouldn't take me but 35 minutes, maybe 40, if I stop for gas or something. So I'm on the east, maybe a little bit northeast side of town of Orlando, and maybe like 5 minutes away from UCF, University of Central Florida, because I'm in that general area. I live in Winter Park, maybe 15 minutes from UCF, 15 or 20 minutes. Not too far, I'd say. Oh, so I'm in my car now, and I'm going to drive and get back on the major avenue boulevard. They call it University Boulevard, which when they at one time it may have been a dirt road, maybe 30 years ago. When University of Central Florida was started off as I learned today, it started off kind of like a tech school, maybe to prepare people that would get hired to work at the Space Coast, which is maybe an hour away, going further east. You know, Cape Kennedy. So this university, it's got a huge plot of land, and it's expanded, and so it's become the largest university, perhaps. I don't know. How do they figure out largest as in students? Most popular. One of the largest in the United States. That's pretty amazing. But when it started off, I learned today, Rami said that it was started off and they called it something like Florida Technical University. No, Florida Technology University, something like that. FTU. Hmm. Hmm. I'm taking a right here. I have to be careful. So this is University Boulevard. So they used to call this boulevard FTU, or or at least something like that, Florida Technical University Boulevard or something like that. They dropped the Florida Technical or something. I'm not sure if it's technical or technology or technological, something like that. That T must have to do with technology or tech. So I'm driving, heading west on University Boulevard, and there's Rouse Road. I had taken that one earlier to go around the other side of the Hampton Inn suite that I was at. Now I'm heading west on University Boulevard, and I'm going to go that way. I'd say a few miles, and then turn left, I believe, to get on a major road or state road. Not really a highway. Maybe it's an avenue, I think. So it's got the number system name, and it's numbered 50. I guess it's US 50 or State Road 50. But it's also got its name as it goes through Orlando. They call it, I believe, Colonial Boulevard. So we're gonna get on Colonial Boulevard and stay on it for maybe, I don't know, 25 minutes. So it's a long drive to the Asian market, which should be pretty big. Maybe they're having a special event today, this weekend, Saturday, May 20th. So this is I'm on University Boulevard. It's a fairly long boulevard. I'm going away from the university, towards Orlando. Well, we're in Orlando right now, but in this direction, it's towards the city of Orlando. Actually, it terminates in the avenue called, I think it's Boulevard. It terminates there, and that's also numbered 436. And then, but I may take a left before that. Yeah, I'll check my map. See what it's asking. Let's see. So yes, I'm hitting. Okay, I'm gonna take a road here. Oh, I could take 417, but that's a toll road. So I'm gonna not take a toll road because I'm not in such a hurry. So I'm gonna skip taking a toll road. Okay, so instead of taking this toll road, this toll road is numbered 417. I would take that to get to Colonial, but instead I will take the next road. Wow, if I'd have taken the toll road, all the toll roads possible, it would be 11 minutes faster. But I'm going to avoid the toll roads. So I'm going to, instead of instead of getting 11 minutes earlier, I would be 11 minutes later. It's going to take me 28 minutes. So it's a slower route, but you get to see the city. This beautiful city, the beautiful, this is not the actual city, this is just maybe 30 minutes away from downtown Orlando. If you go the slow way. If you go the toll road way, it might be 10 or 15 minutes to get to downtown Orlando. But we're heading roughly in the direction of that would lead us to downtown Orlando. So what's in downtown Orlando? Well, the usual things, some skyscrapers, not that many, but a bunch, and a park called Lake Eola, and that's about it. And nice neighborhoods all around. And within downtown Orlando, if one has the money, one could get a nice place to live in downtown Orlando. And it's pretty safe, I'd say. Let's see. I don't have air conditioning. Oh, go back. Oh, there we go. Sorry. So I'm going to take, in a quarter mile, I'm going to take a left, I believe. I could take a left right here. Maybe this is where I take a left. Could be. Yes, this is where I take a left. There's my bank, Wells Fargo, where I would often go through the ATM machine, to that one in particular, when I was in this area. But I'm not coming to this area very much anymore. I live kind of in that direction, but now I'm gonna take this road a little while, for just 2 miles. That would take me to a very important road called State Road 50, or something like that. And it's also Colonial, well, maybe it's called Drive. I'm not sure if it's Colonial Drive or Colonial Boulevard. Let me check on my map. Oh, okay, it's Drive. Okay, it's Drive, Colonial Drive. It's a long drive. It goes across all of Orlando, east to west. I think it starts on the east side. And so I think, no, maybe it continues on to the other side of the state. As not as Colonial Drive, but as Highway 50. So it cuts through Orlando, and it cuts through the middle of Orlando, east to west. And you could look at a map and see that it continues out of Orlando westwardly, practically to the other side of the state. So Orlando is in Central Florida. I think it's a little bit closer to yes, I definitely know it's a little bit closer to the east coast than than it is to the West Coast. So, because you got two choices, of coasts to go to: the Atlantic coast or the Gulf Coast. So the Atlantic coast is eastwardly from Orlando, and it only takes an hour to get there. But for the West Coast, the Gulf Coast, it can take 2 hours. So most people that live in Orlando are most attracted, due to the distance, to going to the East Coast, the Atlantic, which happens to be the Space Coast, where you have Cape Canaveral and Cocoa Beach. Okay, so here's where I take a right. And there's the sign saying Orlando to the right. Well, I think we're in Orlando anyway, unless this is considered a suburb or a town that is kind of independent of Orlando. But yes, this way is to get to downtown Orlando. So you can see that there's a lot of commercial places to shop or places to do some kind of industrial some kind of industrial activity going on. Let's see, like maybe repair cars or something like that, or sell cars. Let's see what this one is over here. All right, here we have Bella Rosa Racquetball. Banquet Hall. Then there's little stores like Metro PCS, Metro by T-Mobile. And there's a cricket also there. Then there's a racetrack and there's a marathon. And as we cross some kind of avenue. And over here, we have a few shops, stores, the pawn shop where you can pick up a guitar. No, I don't need any more guitars for a while. I'd like to have some kind of violin. That would be interesting. And I'd like to have some kind of keyboard. That would be interesting to practice a little bit my piano skills, the little I have. There's a major crossroad, Cimarron Boulevard. So I live near Cimarron Boulevard, so if I take a right going northward over here to get on Cimarron Boulevard, it would take me maybe 10 minutes to get to where I'm at, where I live. But not this time, because I'm going to the Asian market, something like that. I don't know if this Asian market is always there. It's probably always there. I've never been there because I don't go to places too much in this area in Orlando. Every now and then, or it depended on what I was into. At one time, I was into going to downtown Orlando to paint as an artist, acrylics, painting on canvas, there was a place that artists would hang around and paint and sell their artwork. So I would do that. There's a Dancers Royale. That's a gentleman's club. I haven't been to a gentleman's club in, I'd say 10 or 15 years. So I would go there to watch the ladies dance and give them a few dollars. I would order a drink like cranberry juice, and I would talk to them a little bit and then leave. So it was pretty boring, uneventful. I remember one time I got to give one of the dancers a massage in the neck, and she moaned with pleasure. Well, maybe it wasn't sexual pleasure, but she moaned in a way that sounded kind of sexually pleasing to her. It was more like relief from the stress around the neck. The neck muscles, little knots. Yes, try to get rid of them. So she had a long neck, an unusually long neck. Some women have seem to have shoulders up here high, and that makes their neck look short. But this lady seemed to have her shoulders low. Maybe that made her neck look longer. And now we're at Lake Baldwin. If you were with me, riding with me, you would be very uncomfortable because my air conditioner doesn't work. So, aren't you lucky? Yeah. You're not a passenger with me in real life, but you are a passenger with me virtually. This is a guest ride where you go in there and I might pick up some accessory for my phone or computer. And I was there some time ago and was amazed at the incredible resolution that these huge televisions have. So he took a picture of me next to a beautiful picture of an animal. So it looked like I was right there in the zoo with that animal. Maybe it's a jaguar, maybe it's a cheetah. Okay. Trying to call me. Oh. Okay. So I was answering a call, and so I'm going to not stay too long at the Asian market, and then I have to cancel an appointment, it looks like, for this afternoon to go to another appointment that I find to be more urgent, that happened a little later. So it is in conflict with the more urgent appointment. So I'm going to the more urgent appointment. So I'll have to cancel the less urgent appointment. Maybe postpone it for tomorrow or something like that. I gotta lower down my, well, maybe I can turn that up too. Okay, I got a phone in my pocket that needs charging. Because I carry two phones. So this phone I'm going to be charging is completely dead. I didn't charge it last night. This morning, I got up at 7 a.m. So I started the meeting at 7:06. I had two people waiting to enter, so they waited patiently. Dawn and Rami were waiting patiently for me, or at least Rami was first. Dawn was. I did allow them in at the same time, so I'm not sure who was in first. But they were probably waiting a full 6 minutes before I let them in, because I miraculously woke up without any alarm. Isn't that amazing? The human body, maybe I've already programmed an alarm system in my body to wake me up just in time to start the meeting. This meeting that has been going on since 7, and now it's 11. Wow, 7:11. It's a long one. So thank you for continuing to hang on to what's going to happen next. Who knows what's going to happen next? But earlier today, we had a special guest, Aran, Aran. I heard that he's from Hyderabad in India. That's what Joel recalled. Oh, I'm looking at a notification, but it wasn't, or I don't know what it's about. Could be a propaganda or something. I've been getting lots of scam likely calls, like maybe once every 10 minutes on this phone number. So I'm thinking of canceling this number and getting another number and hooking that new number to my contacts on various emails, and reconnecting a WhatsApp account to that number, or connecting it for the first time and just adding contacts. Maybe before making the change, I could tell all my friends that are on WhatsApp that I'm going to change numbers. Okay, so I'm driving through this could be considered the edge of downtown Orlando, northern edge. We haven't gotten to downtown Orlando yet. We're not going to go through it. We're going to go by it. If I went through it, it might slow me down another 5 minutes. So I'm going to go by it. But you can tell that downtown Orlando is in that direction. You can see that there is you see some tall buildings. That's downtown Orlando. So we just went by downtown Orlando, kind of the north side of it. Yeah, you can see. So I'm driving under the important interstate, Interstate I-4. We just went under it. So I could safely say pretty much that we've gone by downtown Orlando. We didn't get to see much because I didn't want to get off this road to take you through downtown Orlando. That would have taken me 5 or 10 minutes of distraction, which would have been interesting, but I just went by downtown Orlando without stopping to view much. By staying on this principal road called Colonial Drive. It's a long road. If you stay on this road, it stops being called Colonial Drive after a while. As it gets out of Orlando, it could be called some other things. But they keep calling it I would say State Road 50 or something like that. It's the number 50 is used. So it would continue to be called that for many miles. For perhaps you could stay on this road for 2 hours and it would take you to the other side of Florida. Well, Florida is narrow, so it might only take 3 or 4 hours to go across it from east to west. So we're going west. So we haven't turned right or left for a while, but pretty soon we're gonna, I think this is called West Colonial by now, that pretty soon we're going to reach the Asian market where we may meet Dawn again. So we're going west. We're going in the opposite direction of what we would call the physical dawn, as in the sun rising on the east and producing dawn, the rising of the sunrise. And so we're going away from the sunrise, although now it's approaching noon time. So the sun is above our heads. But we're going west outwardly in the direction of West Orlando, and this would go on and evolve into State Road 50 and keep going fairly straight into rural areas, like say a town that's in that direction would be called Claremont, Florida. That's a fairly distant away from here. It's rural, so you would see farmlands left and right. Beautiful country land, somewhat hilly for Florida. You might even get to the point that is the highest elevation of around this area, around Claremont. But so far, we're still in Orlando. This is as you can tell, still commercial usages. There's a state or a city police department kind of place. I once parked there to walk to a concert featuring Paul McCartney. I didn't go inside the arena. I didn't have a ticket, but I managed to listen to it from the outside and took some video of him in a large screen. I could see through an opening between seats. Okay, so right now we're crossing an important road called John Young Parkway. So this is the intersection of Colonial Drive and John Young Parkway. If you're on YouTube Live, then I wonder if I should open up YouTube and see if anybody's on there. Let's see. Oh. I went into YouTube Live and chatted on there. It's delayed by a few seconds. That I waved hello in the chat, but there was no one there. So that's okay. There's Val Lane. That reminds me, I need to get my old. I haven't changed it in several months. Okay, what did it say? I heard that take the next right. There should be a KFC. Then I have to turn left. So the next right is coming up. Should be this one. Oh shoot! I passed. It says to make a U-turn on Ferguson Drive. I can't make a U-turn on Ferguson Drive. Okay, I'll make a U-turn. Right here? Is this a good place to make a U-turn? I think so. Okay, in a quarter mile, turn left. Also, maybe it's before, or I thought it was going to be on Ferguson Drive. I can't tell. Don't tell me that it was on Ferguson Drive that I have to take it. Maybe it's over here. Should I take a left here? I can't tell. Wait, let me look at the map. Oh, it's a little bit farther up. Okay. Let's see if I can. Okay. Take the next left, then turn right. Okay. I didn't see a KFC. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna take Jungyang Parkway. Okay, I see. Okay. Let's see if I get. So I'm back. So I'm on Jungyang Parkway. No, I'm on Colonial Drive. I passed where I had to turn right, so now I'm turning left at a place that will take me where I want to go, according to Google Maps. So it recalculated another route. And I made a U-turn, so I'm going east on Colonial Drive for a little bit. Now I'm on an intersection of Colonial Drive and Jungyang Parkway. So I'm going to take a left on Jungyang Parkway. It's hot. If I roll down the windows, there might be too much noise. But I need the wind on my face and chest to keep myself a little cooler. So that you might hear too much noise from the outside, like cars passing by. Let's see if I'm correct. Left. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, I'm supposed to take a left here. Oh no, I think I'll take the next left. It said to take the next left and then turn right. I may have turned left too soon. Let's see if it recalculates. I don't know. This may be right. It hasn't complained. There's a Korean all-you-can-eat barbecue over there. And then there's International Food World. Oh, I made it. I'm gonna find a place to park. Okay, I think I'm in the right place. I don't know. We'll find out. There's there was an Asian couple, and the lady looked Asian, attractive, and with nicely filled chest area. Well, she had a white kind of stretchy sweater, and she had her arm around her boyfriend's shoulder, or resting on her boyfriend's shoulder. And so I'm gonna turn off my phone. Oh, okay, I can take out this phone too. So I can turn this off, right? My my phones are hot because the car is hot. This is a problem not having air conditioning. Mm. Mm. Okay, so now I've got this phone charged up a little bit. It's at 65%. That should be good enough. And this other phone is probably it's only at 20%. That's not too good. So I will have to end the meeting before I could join with this other phone and trade hosts. But for now, I'm going to. Oh, phone. I've arrived. I have arrived. I have arrived. I have arrived. Let's see. Oh, maybe it's the Bluetooth is messing up. I have arrived. Damn. I have arrived. It won't pick it up. What's wrong with it? I have arrived. I think. Okay, this phone. Oh, it's because this phone was kind of turned off, so it's loading notifications, perhaps. So it had a difficult time catching what I was trying to say, I suppose. Let's play again. I have arrived. Okay, I'm at the front. Let's see. Yeah, okay, go this way. Wow. Wow, it's done. And we're still in the Zoom.
You're still on?
We're still on Zoom and YouTube live stream.
We have places to eat in here. I'm definitely getting something here.
Wow.
Milk tea. I want to get a milk tea.
Look at all this wonderful food.
I'm gonna get a milk tea.
There's Vietnamese pho. There's Thai. There's Joanne, whatever that is. There's Korean, Japanese.
I want a taro milk tea. What kind of boba?
Wow. Oh. What is that?
They get two.
So the same thing.
What is it?
I'll treat you, Iro.
Thank you. What am I getting?
You're getting a milk tea. You're getting the same
Milk
one like
tea?
me.
Oh, I've never had a milk tea. I don't think.
It's 13.85.
Wow.
Okay, so
Look at all
put
these.
it here.
These sound healthy.
Just the purple tea.
Oh. Oh, these are teas, and this is what you use to make them.
We use this to make with the hot water.
Wow. Whoa. Fancy.
Would you like to receipt?
Whoa.
It's a feature. When it's rain, you have to get a drink.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank
My
you.
sister and her husband and grandson.
Whoa, this is big. Wow, there's a lot of people.
It's a view all the way down there.
It's huge.
So much to choose from. I don't know what I want to eat.
There's so much to choose from.
I'm hungry.
Wow. Wow, this is another world. I feel like I'm in Asia. They got it in English, so I don't have to know Asian characters that well. But then I don't know this kind of food.
Oh, really? You don't?
So it would be an exploration.
I'll treat you today.
Wow.
I ate before you. I had a walk.
I had breakfast.
And you can have lunch with me, right?
Wow. Thanks. Look at that. All these tea. Wow. They are masters of tea. I would probably have something vegetarian.
You can get anything. I think Asian food always has a vegetarian option.
Wow. I've had some Vietnamese pho, though, at a Vietnamese restaurant near downtown Orlando, and they're like soups with noodles. And I've had pho that comes in a plastic container that you put in the microwave. You take the noodles out and put the ingredients and heat it up for about 4 minutes. Wow. Look at that. Thanks. Look at this. It's a pretty color. Light purple. It says
taro milk tea.
IT.
Taro milk tea.
Tarot,
Taro,
as in tarot cards.
and then taro, the root. It's a Hawaiian root.
Root, the Hawaiian root. That's taro. That's the main ingredient of the tea-ness of it. And they throw in the milk. Maybe. Oh, allow me to drink some from it. Milk?
Milk tea.
Oh,
And I put on brown sugar boba. It's good. I love the carrot.
wow. Did you learn?
Oh. You got the tea from the Thai place, and they make it from fresh sugar cane. They squeeze the juice from the sugar cane right there.
Wow. This has probably got sugar cane in it too. It is. That's the Korean flag. It's got a symbol from the I Ching from Taoism, like yin and yang, and 4 trigrams. The 4 trigrams. The 4 trigrams or 3-lined diagrams. Wow. Wow. I feel like I'm in a foreign country. Like exploring the downtown of something like Bangkok or something.
It's cool, yeah. It's all seaweed.
Seaweed. My sister gets seaweed from Costco, a big superstore, in those little packages.
Yeah.
And they're like little sheets of seaweed, and you gobble them up.
Yes.
And they melt in your mouth.
I love it. Or you can just fry them. You can have 60. They make noise from it. See, we gotta catch up with my sister at some point.
And I checked YouTube live stream and to see if there was someone to chat with while I was driving. But there was no one, so I chatted with myself and I waved at myself. I submitted a waving hand.
To yourself.
Wow.
They have all kinds of noodles here. Look at all these udon noodles.
This is pretty good. And it's got those little gummies or little
Boba.
balls. What are they called?
Boba.
Boba?
Boba.
Mhm. What are they made of? Like
This
some
one
kind
is brown sugar.
But the boba is made out of sugar too? Or maybe it's
This one is made from brown sugar. It's cold.
the brown sugar gives it the sweetness.
That's
But-
what you taste.
But the boba itself,
You want to know how to make it?
it's like gummy stuff.
He's still on our Zoom call.
Hey,
This is Hyro.
you're her sister?
This is my sister, Crystal.
Yes. What's your name again? Chris? As in Christina? Crystal? Like CHRYS? No.
CRY.
CRY? CRYS.
TAM.
Without the Chris, without the tall, it's Chris.
Yes.
Did you live in Hawaii too? Did you like it? And so you're familiar with Asian foods that way?
Looking for sticky rice. I was just looking for the brand. What is it?
Oh, oh, I bought some sticky rice too. And so and so yeah, it's sticky. So maybe I got it. So maybe it's good for ulcers. I heard. Like if you wake up in the morning and you eat sticky rice. Oh. Mm.
This is one as well.
Mm.
It's a 15-pound bag.
Mm.
I still have my 50-pound bag. I think I bought.
Mm.
Put some in containers
Ooh.
and then I should have looked and we got 2 more containers of rice. This is
Ooh. This is propaganda advertising. Hey, hey, how are you? You're what? What's your name? Chuck. Were you in the military? No.
Served in the military for 38 years.
he works with the art.
This is civilian.
Oh, civilian in there. Oh, that's cool.
He's filming still from our philosophy meeting earlier.
See, we're live on Zoom and on YouTube, and we got hundreds of people. No, not really, just us.
We thought we got a milk tea. Yeah. He's never been here either.
Yeah, so what would you
Maybe I could buy some fruits and veggies. That's always lacking in my diet. And even though I'm supposed to be vegetarian, I probably eat too much junk food anyway. But fruits and veggies, like maybe spinach, things like that. Oh, I did have a salad yesterday. What calendar to say what?
go back and say, when is the last time I had a salad? So the calendar, you don't forget. Oh, it hasn't been that long ago. It hasn't been a year yet.
Which way we
Oh
going?
yeah.
Which way? Keep going that way or this way?
Oh, I keep here. Oh, I have to check it out. I got the GPS log.
Wow, like you lost this place. Whoa. This is huge. This is like a Home Depot. Of course. Chinese food. Korean crackers. Oh, that looks familiar. No, that's like Asian beer.
I love Sapporo.
Really?
Yeah, I can't even
Premium beer. Mm. This episode has been brought to you by Sapporo Premium Beer. Discover perfectly balanced taste that's irresistible. Where's the name? Sapporo. Imported by Sapporo. Ontario, Canada. Hello to my friends in Toronto, Canada. Thank you for stopping by, Dominic. And Joel for saying hello. From Joel, I learned that Aaron is from Hyderabad, India. Hyderabad. I'd say north of Calcutta. No, north of New Delhi. Maybe it's close to the Himalayas, kind of. You know that place where Mahesh Yogi had a center where the Beatles went to? What's it called? Yeah. That looks like brown rice. I think that's Korean script. Rice cake with hot sauce. Raw bowl noodles with a picture of a hot chili. So it must be hot.
I think I'm gonna get this one. This is
And
the
this one,
Sapporo tempura udon. I think I'm gonna get this.
Sapporo tempura udon. Noodle soup bowl.
Yes.
What are the ingredients?
I don't know, but I think I'm gonna like it. It's supposed to be this flavor. Oh, it says it contains crispy tempura.
What is tempura?
Tempura is the coating around some of the Asian seafood. I mean Asian meats or vegetables that are dipped in the batter and then coated with the
Does it come
panko.
with that shrimp?
It comes with the crispy tempura.
And you put it around on the shrimp?
Put it on the noodles. It's a
On the
bowl of
noodle?
noodles.
Oh. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Whoa, that's a lot of groceries.
Anything you want, you can get it. It's so much.
Yeah, I had in these kind of packages pole the other day that I throw in the microwave
Yes.
with the ingredients.
Yes. Oh, they got so many ingredients. Lobster, whole noodle lobster flavor. Wow.
Mm. 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 What's that? Black soybean sauce. Rice cake. Mm. They're gandules. Pigeon peas.
Legumes. Yeah. Did you say legumes?
Gandules.
Oh, gandules.
Pigeon peas.
Ah,
Maybe they're like black eyed peas.
could be. If that's what
They're
you.
smaller. Like,
Oh, yummy section. I almost missed it.
uh-oh. We're going down on 5%. Maybe I could
Oh, your battery.
switch it to this one. Let's see if I can switch.
This is it's like biscotti. This is a dangerous section. Oh.
Mm.
Oh wow, sesame done. This is delicious stuff, Pyro.
Mm.
Did you come into your own? Wow.
Now I switch phones.
Oh.
Man, I switched phones. Oh no. There's feedback. Let's see if I can turn this one off. Oh no. I'll mute this one and mute this. How do I mute this? Oh, I'll just leave from this one. Can't seem to leave. Oh.
Oh my God. Can't figure it out. I have a money bag, so you gotta ask for money bag.
Yes, close to that Hawaii.
But in Virginia, that side is
Or
everybody look good from the start. Are you still filming?
yeah.
It's just like being on reality TV. But I used to think, if it was me, I wouldn't act like that in front of the camera. You actually forget the camera running and your real self shows. Oh my goodness. It was like when he was playing and I was like, oh my God, so good.
Oh, it's still recording. Can't figure it out. What if it's this one's right here? What if it's here? Can't figure it out.
Kindness is different than and the kindness is not. I mean, not even kindness. I'm going to say hazel.
You don't want to smell the food?
Oh, they. Actually, each one is different. Here, when it rains, but when it is
Make sure he's over there.
and after they put it on top, they said no.
Right there.
That was a long way down. I thought this was a full pack. Yes, that's exactly what they do. And it's okay. They're telling us to eat so good. Don't put our trays down there.
Wow.
You don't cooperate. You don't talk.
You have to go. Oh, we're down to 11%.
Look like you got cold. You needed to go. Trey.
Better work on it.
You want to try my, oh, that's right, you know.
Mm.
Where's your dog? I don't have a fork. I'm just gonna put it on your plate. One time, every Saturday or Sunday, we would order from the side grill. And I remember like people get mad if they didn't get the talk to the lady. Like, you don't know what to say. And he convinced us he knew what to say. All right, so this is your moment. You're on stage. Ring, 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 ring. Good morning, I saw you. And he didn't say a word. Look, this can too. Good morning, I saw you. And it was grabbed the phone and then he placed the order. And it was frozen the first time. Second chance he had, he did a good job. We practiced it a little bit more. Once we get the local we would get either pancake toast on the side, we would get a side of crispy bacon, and we would put on.
Welcome, Dominic.
Hey, Don. Hey, Taro.
We're eating Asian food at the Asian market. There's
Hey, Dominic, welcome back.
Hey, Don.
Did you have a nice break?
Like I said, the virus is beating me up.
Wow. Your phone is cool. Oh, how do you study? How do you see everybody, Hyro? I want to see Dom. Oh,
Hey.
his face is not on. Got
Hey,
you.
by the way, Don, I just text you my my Canadian text number.
You did what?
I text in a text my phone number. So if you ever want to text.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Yes, I would get it. Yes, I would. I want to.
Question. Hey, Don, I got a question because it's me and you and Jaro here.
My sister. Let me see. How do you turn it around so he can see?
I see Jaro. Is that your sister, Jaro?
Oh, there they are.
Hello, young lady. Hello.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm not on, guys. Hi. Oh, and the little one.
I'm eating kimchi pancakes.
Are you enjoying it?
It's like a pizza without cheese.
Is it spicy?
I add the spice a little bit.
Have you ever had it before, Jaro?
Tolerable. And she's eating
Tonkatsu. Tonkatsu.
tonkatsu,
Tonkatsu. Curry.
curry.
It's a curry. See?
What are the ingredients?
It's chicken, katsu,
Chicken,
with curry.
with curry,
Yes, and rice,
rice,
and soup,
and soup, and
cabbage,
cabbage,
slaw, I think,
and some
and radish.
radish. And she's eating with chopstick. What tremendous skill she has. From living in Hawaii.
Great practice, Jarl. It reduces the amount that we eat all at once. Yes.
This is caveman eating.
No, take your time. Take your time. Have you had that dish before, Jarl?
What?
Have you had that dish before?
Never.
Oh, good. Good experiment. Good for you.
Yeah, it's made over there at that Korean shop or food place. There's Korean, there's Thai, there's Vietnamese, another Korean, there's Japanese. But where is McDonald's?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask what Asian dish that is because it didn't look like it was Chinese.
This one is Korean.
Korean. Okay.
Got kimchi. I looked it up and it's cabbage and other vegetables, and maybe it's fermented.
Fermentation. I love it.
She has
Is-
Vietnamese.
Is there
He
any
has
food?
Japanese, and he has Vietnamese, and you had American.
Gotta stay home. You gotta stay true to home. Is there any food that you're eating, Jaro, that relates to maybe the Spanish dish?
Yeah. No, this is pretty strange
There's
to
nothing,
Spanish food.
nothing familiar?
Although Spanish, like Mexican, they use all kinds of spices.
Yeah, that's true.
And this one is probably cooked in oil, but fried. It's a little oily,
Nice.
not too much.
I'm pretty sure you're enjoying the company.
And it's another world. It looks like a warehouse of Asian food.
Love it. Love it. What's next? You're gonna try Chinese food?
So you can find all kinds of rice, all kinds of seaweed, all kinds of herbs and spices.
Mhm.
All kinds of strange food, strange seafood, all packaged neatly. I've never been here before. It feels like I'm in Bangkok, Thailand or something.
Hey, Jar, you got a minute?
Okay.
You can ask the group if you want to. How is somebody to handle being reprimanded publicly versus privately?
How the handle privately?
How does one handle being reprimanded publicly versus privately?
How does one handle being reprimanded
Publicly
Privacy
versus
versus-
publicly.
publicly.
Yes. It's a good question.
That's one handle.
How should they? It's a good question. It's a
How
challenging
should
question.
one? How should
Yep.
one be
Yeah.
handled? How should one be reprimanded?
No.
Uh-oh, my phone is about to shut down.
Okay.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
no, my phone is shutting down. Bye-bye, YouTube. Bye-bye, Zoom.
See you
Bye-bye,
later.
Dominic.
See you later.
Bye-bye. My phone is shutting down. I'll have to shut down. Oh, no, it's shutting down. Oh.